Homage to the Guru. Padmakara, the great master of Udayana, said, "Do not resolve the Dharma. Resolve your mind. To resolve your mind is to know the one which frees all. Not to resolve your mind is to know everything, but lack the one." When engaging in the actual practice of the nature of mind, when engaging in the actual practice of the nature of mind, keep your body erect. Let your breath flow naturally. I want everybody to hear what I'm about to say. When resting in this way of natural meditation, your mind will not remain in the state of empty and cognizant awareness for long, but will become restless, disturbed, or unsettled, and will move about like a monkey. This is not the mind essence. It is called thinking. If you indulge in this thinking, hello? Are you here? If you're here, can you say something? Hello? Maybe your standards aren't important here. Maybe that's what you don't like. Maybe you don't like that you've got something to say to the chef, and the chef says this is a kitchen, not a complaint box or an opinion box. Before you come into this space, why don't you set your intention? Why don't you set your intention before you come into this space? Don't just walk in here like you own it. You don't own this place. You don't own this space. Maybe I know a little bit more about Buddhism and meditation than you. That doesn't mean that I'm going to live up to your idea of how somebody should be. Do you want to go through my shit also? Do you want to read my private diary? Yeah, maybe I know more about Buddhism and meditation, the nature of the mind, than you do. Does that mean I need to maintain a certain BMI? That I need to look a certain way? That I need to act a certain way? No, it doesn't. Nobody is coming here and sitting here and being here and doing me a favor by that. I don't have to help you. I don't have to share my time with you. I don't have to give any attention to you. Period. Homage to the Guru. Padmakara, the great master of Udayana, said, "Do not resolve the Dharma." We have an uppercase D here, but we can do uppercase and lowercase d. Do not try to resolve the teaching of the Buddha. Do not try to understand the Dharma. Do not try to understand or bring a resolution to the Dharma, the lower all the things, this thing, that thing. Resolve your mind. To resolve your mind is to know the one which frees all. How about knowing the one thought that frees all other thoughts? Or the lack of thinking that frees all thinking, the lack of story that frees all story, the present moment action of mindfulness and detachment. Not to resolve your mind is to know all but lack the one. We haven't resolved our mind, we haven't looked at our intention, so we seem to know everything. We know everything about everything. We know everyone about everyone. But we're lacking the one. We're lacking the directness of truth, the directness of this experience as it actually is, which might be inconvenient because you've LARPed yourself through life. You've gestured yourself through life. You've become basically an agent for advertising. You think you're supposed to be selling something door to door to people, or you think that you're supposed to be having something sold to you. And so you don't know what this is, and you just LARP and gesture. It's because you're not resolving your mind. So you know all these things, but you lack the one. You lack truth. Mystery, you're getting blocked. Shut your mouth. You're getting blocked too, digital. Anybody else want to get blocked? when engaging in an actual practice of the nature of mind, keep your body erect. Let your breath flow naturally. And with your eyes half open, gaze directly into the sky before you. Think, for the sake of all sentient beings who have been my mothers, I will look into the natural face of self-awareness. Wholeheartedly supplicate and abandon what you cling to. At the end, mingle your mind with awareness and rest in equanimity. When resting in this way, your mind will not remain in the state of empty and cognizant awareness for long, but will become restless, disturbed, or unsettled, and will move about like a monkey. This is not the mind essence. This is not the essence of your mind or your true mind. It is called thinking. If you indulge in it, meditation also as practicing to ignore thinking, the practice of ignoring thoughts. If you indulge in it, this thinking will recall, make thoughts about, or plan to carry out anything. In the past, this is exactly what has thrown you into the ocean of samsara. This compulsive process of thinking is exactly what has created these deep, continuous, unwholesome, negative mental states. Anxiety, depression, confused relationships with confused people, negative people, harmful people. For sure, in following around and indulging in this thinking, it will throw you there again. Now, wouldn't it be better to stop this insidious, deluded thinking? In the context of trying to stop this thinking, what is meant by awareness? Awareness is utterly empty, totally open, spacious, and blissful. It is never made of something with substantial attributes, and it pervades all the phenomena of samsara and nirvana. From the beginning, it has been intrinsic to yourself, without any separation whatsoever, and lies beyond effort and the domain of concepts. Well, if that is so, what happens when you recognize the natural face of self-awareness? When you recognize the natural face of self-awareness, it is just like the dream of a mute person. It is impossible to separate yourself, the sustainer, from the awareness to be sustained. When you rest nakedly and naturally in the great openness of this awareness, do not be concerned with your old arch enemy, the thinking that reflects. And Chanath, I was been trying to talk with you about this a little bit, has myriad attributes and has never given you a moment's rest in the past. Instead, in the space of awareness, which is like a cloudless sky. The movement of thoughts has vanished, disappeared, collapsed. All the power of thinking is lost to awareness. This awareness is your intrinsic Dharma Kaya wisdom. Naked and fresh. Well then, who points out this awareness? What is decided upon? How does one gain confidence? Okay, so it's this idea of truth. I remember many years ago being flown out as a 18 or 19-year-old semi-schizophrenic young man. And no, I wasn't flown out by a basketball player or a football player that was interested in my youth. Rather, I was flown out by the ISKCON temple, the Hare Krishna temple, the Rupanuga Vedic College in Kansas City, Missouri, I guess. And I went out there to go through their training program, Hindu Hare Krishna ISKCON cult training program. And what I had a lot of difficulty relating to in that program was Krishna, Rama, Vishnu, different worlds, different planets, different deities. And I remember I came across some book emphasizing original truth, the ultimate truth. And I suppose now looking back, it's kind of I'd like to find that book, see what that book is. I can see it in my mind. Something like Kapila. Okay, hello Claude. I'm looking for a book that I came across when I was at a Hare Krishna temple in Kansas City quite a few years back, and it was some kind of, it was something about original truth, and it was like I got the term Kapala, like the name of the author was Kapala, and Kapala's original truth, and it was kind of, I found that book in a Hindu context, but actually it was kind of like Buddhist and like Advaita Vedanta, rather than all the archetypes and the different realms, the different realities that ISKCON talks about. Can you help me kind of find what that book is or was? It may not be. The Kapala is just what shows up to me in my mind, the Kapala. So it might be phonetically similar to that, and then also in relationship to the original truth and a book that I might find in that. It's not Kapil. I'm not talking about Kapil Gupta, or I'm not saying Kapila is an old book. It's not a new book, and I'm not saying that Kapila is like this ultimate name. It might have been the teachings of Lord Kapila, maybe. Okay, so I think you're focusing too much on Kapila, and I want you to focus on that K, that L, that I, something in those ranges of those letters together, and like the name of an author. But I think it's an old book. It's not a new author, and not necessarily like just constant, traditional or usual um, ISKCON material. It didn't seem like an ISKCON book. It seemed like a something maybe a little bit different. In the context of trying to stop this thinking, what is meant by awareness? Awareness is utterly empty. So, is there a part of yourself, a part of your presence, a part of your being that is not subscribed to words and phrases? Do you get any kind of sense into that at all? that there's an aspect, there's a part of your being or your experience as whatever you are. I guess, what are you, a boy, a girl, human being? Are you important? Are you smart? Whatever. But just the being that you are right now. Is there any part of that that you can notice that is empty or doesn't have anything to do with words? Can you notice anything like that? Like, I just felt an itch, and I can see how that itch that I just felt and that I itched, it might as well be like a star sparkling or something. So this overlay that I can put onto it, that I'm putting onto it, of I had an itch and it was right here, and all these words and phrases, that's not the point. And remember, and might be surprising to you or even offensive or strange to you, but remember, this is a Buddhist practice environment. So this is the stuff we focus on and talk about. If you meant to go to McDonald's, you may have taken a wrong turn. Okay? That's a starting point, Snarf. But you're still getting a little bit too much personally involved. It's like if you ordered something from the fast food restaurant and you couldn't keep yourself from like going back into the behind the counter and like fiddling around with what was going on. And so the people kind of look at you and say, "What the fuck are you or they say, "Get out of here, crazy person." So you're kind of doing a little bit of that. But something having nothing to do with you at all, with the idea of yourself at all, is good. Just in the same way that the moon doesn't really seem to have anything to do with you at all, but if the moon wasn't there, none of this would be happening the way that it is. And in that sense, the moon being there is almost like a kind of controlling. Is the moon controlling everything? Well, none of it would be happening or working or operating if it wasn't that way. So in the context of trying to stop this thinking that's always getting you into so much trouble, what is meant by awareness? Awareness is utterly empty, totally open, spacious, and blissful. It is never made of something with substantial attributes. So looking for something without any substantial attributes to it. Like looking for space. Like looking at space. This awareness is oftentimes described as being space-like. Or could be described as the unseen. that awareness is inclusive of the unseen. Thinking depends on things. Awareness doesn't depend on any things. It is never made of something with substantial attributes, and it pervades all the phenomena of samsara and nirvana. From the beginning, it has been intrinsic to yourself, without any separation whatsoever, and lies, or is, beyond effort and the domain of concepts. And we may want to think a little bit about how much attention and energy and how much of our lives is fueled by, influenced by, exists according to concepts and effort. Even the effort to get up and go to the bathroom instead of peeing yourself. Even the concept of you peeing in your bed as being wrong. So it's a weird thing for the self, for the agent, the AI agent of thinking that gets you into so much trouble that you believe you really are. So from the beginning, this awareness, it has been intrinsic to yourself, without any separation whatsoever, and lies beyond effort and the domain of concepts. Well, if that is so, what happens when you recognize the natural face of self-awareness? That is, what happens when you see your true face, or when you see your true mind, or when you find out what this actually is, who you actually are, your true face, your true nature. When you recognize the natural face of self-awareness, it is just like the dream of a mute person. It is impossible to separate yourself, the sustainer, from the awareness to be sustained. So no duality, no viewer, no experiencer. So it's maybe not going to be satisfying in the way that we're used to. We make the coffee, we taste the coffee, we feel the coffee. In this sense, we don't get to participate in it. And meditation in that sense is a process and a practice of you pulling the reins, or letting the reins be pulled on this horse of thinking, this horse of you, and stop referencing this secondary idea or this thought pattern about yourself and the concepts you hold on to, such as experiencing something, someone experiencing something. It's a concept that we hold on to. When you rest nakedly and naturally in the great openness of this awareness, do not be concerned with your old arch enemy. The thinking that reflects has myriad attributes and has never given you a moment's rest in the past. Instead, in the space of awareness, which is like a cloudless sky, the movement of thoughts has vanished, disappeared, collapsed. All the power of thinking is lost to awareness. This awareness is your intrinsic Dharmakaya wisdom. naked, and fresh. Well then, who points out this awareness? What is decided upon? How does one gain confidence? In this kind of space, the point is to see our original nature, to see our true nature. And so from that perspective, you, like for me in my spiritual life, it's very easy most of the time to see when someone is identifying as a real person in a real story. And that is very uncomfortable. It's exhausting. It's annoying. It's odd to differing degrees. But we can break out of that if we can see the true nature of our mind, the true nature of our experience. You could think about it in terms of the royalty and commoners. So for royalty, everything that the commoner does is somewhat annoying or displeasing because the basis of their life is not ideal. But when you have two royals together, there is no ideal to begin with. So life is suffering, life isn't ideal, but there's also no problem there. It's not possible for there to be a problem based on ideas of self and other when we get it, when we understand the nature of our minds. And in the case of the royal and the commoner, yes, they have opposing value systems. In the case of the one who has right view, or the Arya versus the Patujana, one is right and one is wrong. One has correct reasoning and one has wrong reasoning. And to be around someone that has wrong reasoning, that's very easy to anger, very easy to confuse, very unreliable, whose reasoning is fundamentally backwards and confused, this is most of the people who are running our society, and most of the people here as well. And so when it goes into, then who points out this awareness? What is decided upon? How does one gain confidence? It means we recognize the nature of our mind, or we recognize thusness. We notice, we see into the way that it is. This isn't a book. Maybe you can get a glimpse, maybe you can get a feeling of it, but this is not a book. And this also is not a movie or a TV show. This isn't a recording. That's maybe the best position to cope in, samurai. But this isn't a recording, right? And this isn't encapsulated by words and phrases that you can put 50 cents into it and get some kind of capsule that has a story in it. That's not what this is, clearly, right? But for people who don't have that relationship with awareness, the monkey mind or the thinking mind is always tricking and storytelling and bullshitting and nonsensing. And it's very disconnected from the truth. So it's important that this can be pointed out, So who is it that points it out? And then what is decided upon from that recognition, and how does one gain confidence in that truth, in the original truth, or the way that it really, really is? So awareness is first pointed out by your master. Thereby, you recognize your natural face by yourself and are introduced to your own nature. You say, oh, that's the way that it is. That's pretty simple. That makes a lot of sense. I was getting kind of exhausted and confused carrying around all these stories and ideas about people. This makes a lot more sense. So the master is almost someone who you allow to grab your own hand, or to hold your hand, or phantomize their hand into your hand and kind of help you out, and just point the finger around to see your own face, to see the nature of your mind. Actually, not just yapping and think. I mean, it's so simplistic. It's so barbaric. This is what's happening. I know it's true because I the strong one. Uh-oh, there's a stronger one there. This is the time of logic and reasoning, sir. Well, it was until the AI agents took over, and now it's the time of you being a monkey again. Okay, or go back into the past. This is the time of the Christian God. We are the ones who are leading the way. Well, Genghis Khan says different, and now Genghis Khan is here. Okay. The original source is your lack of wisdom, samurai. The absence of wisdom in your mind is the original source. So search that out. So awareness is first pointed out by your master. Thereby, where are you lacking in the mind? You can ask that. What is lacking in your mind? Not to tell a story. Look for yourself. It's like someone telling you to go to the gym. Well, M-Star, we do work with that. But it's like someone telling you to go to the gym and you start thinking about it. It's like you might as well throw that person in the trash because they're not worthy of consideration. Their brains are broken. So you have to look, you have to investigate, you have to meditate. Otherwise you'll be a buffoon. All the phenomena of samsara and nirvana, however they may appear, are none other than the expression of awareness itself. The conditioned and the unconditioned, that's probably too technical for most people here. So the true and the false. All things of truth and falsity, however they may appear, are none other than the expression of awareness itself. Thus, decide on one thing, awareness. Just as the waves on the ocean subside again into the ocean, gain confidence in the liberation of all thoughts, whatever may arise. Confidence is beyond the object of meditation and the act of meditating. It is free from the conceptual mind that fixates on meditation. If that's the case, you may say, it is sufficient to not meditate. No, that's ridiculous. You haven't arrived at the state of liberation simply by recognizing awareness. For beginningless lifetimes, we have been enveloped within the cocoon of deluded tendencies. Up until now, we have been spending our lives deep under the shit of this conceptual thinking. So I want to put that clearly here, right? Everybody here is living deep under the shit of their conceptual thinking. Rather than having this raw, naked, pure experience of reality and life as it is, thusness. Because they're buried under the shit of, deep under the shit of their conceptual thinking. At the time of death, you are not certain where you will go, but you must follow your karma and undergo more suffering. Therefore, you should now practice sustaining the continuity of the awareness that you have recognized, and nothing other than that. The great omniscient master Longchen Pa said, "You may have recognized your nature, but unless you become familiar with it, the enemy, thinking, will carry you off like an infant on a battlefield." Now, this is really, really difficult for people. They don't want to hear this. And, you know, I guess I see myself as like a bright, shining star of inconvenience. And I'm glad that I'm able to make some money every month. Make some money, put some money in my pocket, and make merit to, have meaning in life. But what's being said here is quite direct. I'm just thinking about all the people that hang out here and don't understand or aren't able to conceptualize the teachings that are constantly being repeated here, and yet choose to spend time here. This applies to all of us, because we've recognized our nature, but we haven't become familiar with it. So the great omniscient master Longchen Pa said, "You may have recognized your nature. You may have seen, okay, this is what it is, baby." Hung's always talking to me, says we got into a little bit of a spat. And Hung was saying, look, we're going up to see this property, $350,000 property. Can you believe that, everybody? For our new meditation center, we got to go up there and see it. And Hung was saying, we need to let this guy know ahead of time before we go up there, because it's a few hours away from where we live. And I said, well, look, I don't know what's going on. I can't tell you if it's going to, I don't know. She said, are we going tomorrow? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I get frustrated. I get sickened by people who spend time here whose time isn't valuable, and then they try to apply that to me. It's like as clear can be, my time is more valuable than yours. To me, to you. Because I would never in a million years, in 1,000 eons, in 1 trillion generations of birth and death, I would never spend my time watching you. I would never spend my time listening to you. I would never go to where you are. And you see these people come in kind of nonchalantly and vaguely and, bring this energy of them to disregard or bring a lack of sincerity into the space. And it's like, you need to really humble yourself and look at what you're doing. So just to work on that truth, that there's no discussion, there's no debate, there's no game. You may have recognized your nature. You may have started a relationship with being right and being where you are right now. Say, well, I'm right here, aren't I? Maybe you have a gun, maybe you have a knife, maybe you have money, whatever. You may have recognized your nature, but unless you become familiar with it, that is turning the mind towards the 0 point, okay? Turning the mind towards the 0 point. Unless you become familiar with it, the enemy, thinking is the enemy. There's no excuses here. Will carry you off like an infant on a battlefield. Generally speaking, the word meditation means to sustain the continuity of awareness with natural and innate mindfulness, resting in undistracted non-fixation and growing accustomed to the innate nature. No, I do. I get offended. I get offended when dirty, ignorant, uneducated, uncultivated, untrained people come around me, and just their smell alone is enough to make you throw up, right? But then they say, "Hey, I'm just like you." And then the amazing thing is when they say, "You're not tricking me." Yeah, I'm not tricking you by being in my house doing what I've devoted my life to. And it's truly repulsive. I am disgusted by these people. Okay? In the same way that Jesus was disgusted by the Pharisees. Okay? In the same way that Buddha didn't live in the city. These people are repulsive. Okay? And I'm saying that objectively. I'm actually saying it objectively. Leveraging the context to do so. These are truly repulsive people. Shameful, repulsive people. As we all are a lot of the time. Or I'm repulsed by them. I don't know. I'm not God, but I'm repulsed by them. Because there's a lot of people that come around here, they don't have any sensitivity. They're just these tag-along people. They don't introduce themselves, and that means that I can't give them any leeway, really. I've just got to put them in the anonymous watcher, listener, user bucket. And, when somebody takes a shit, I got to shake up all those people together in the shit. That's why generosity is important. Make a donation, introduce yourself, share. This is not a place for you to make little comments. Introduce yourself. You leave here and you never come back? I don't give a fuck. Why would I care? You're poor? Let everybody here know that you're poor. Okay? Otherwise, you pay me money to be here. You make donations to be here. I'm not a saint. I don't have to do this. I don't have to not be angry. I don't have to care about anybody here. Okay? If it was between me and you, you die. You get sick. You go through hell. I'm not a martyr for you. Whoever you might be. You go through it. It's not my fucking problem. So generally speaking, the word meditation means to sustain the continuity of awareness with natural and innate mindfulness, resting in undistracted non-fixation and growing accustomed to the innate nature. As for growing accustomed, when you are meditating and a thought arises, just let it arise. There is no need to regard it as your enemy. Relax in its arising. If no thought arises, don't try to make it do so. Just rest in its non-arising. When meditating, it is very easy to recognize a coarse thought as it suddenly arises. But after a few subtle thoughts have arisen, you don't notice anything. This is called an undercurrent of thought. This undercurrent acts as a sneak thief during your meditation. So it is essential to place mindfulness on guard. If you can keep continuity through mindfulness in all situations, whether you are eating, sleeping, walking, or sitting, in meditation or in post-meditation, then that itself is sufficient. The great master Padmakara said, whether explained 100 or 1,000 times, there is only one thing to understand, knowing the one that frees all. Sustain the natural face of self-awareness. Once again, if you don't meditate, you won't gain certainty. If you do meditate, certainty will be attained. What kind of certainty should be attained? If you meditate with strong diligence, the uptight fixation on solid duality will gradually grow more relaxed. Your constant ups and downs, hopes and fears, efforts and struggles will gradually diminish as a natural sign of having become fully acquainted. Devotion to your guru will grow stronger, and you will feel confidence in his oral instruction from the very core of your heart. At some point, the conceptual mind that solidly fixates on duality will naturally vanish. After that, gold and stone are equal, food and shit are equal, gods and demons are equal, good and evil are equal, Buddha realms and hell realms are equal. You will find it impossible to choose. But until that happens, according to the perception that fixates on duality, there is virtue and evil. There are Buddha fields and hells, and there are joys and sorrows. The effects of karma are all unfailing. This is why Padmakara, the great master, said, "My view is higher than the sky, but the cause and effect of karma is finer than powder." Therefore, it won't do just to proclaim, "I am a Dzogchen practitioner, I am a meditator," while sleeping the time away, reeking from the mouth with the acrid smell of wine and from the crotch with the pungent stench of fornication. Lay your foundation with pure faith, devotion, and samaya, which is our kind of like our ritual practice, and follow the main flow of practice with strong, unwavering diligence. If you are able to meditate after completely setting aside all the pointless activities of this life, it is certain that you will capture the primordial stronghold within this very lifetime without having to depend upon a result in a subsequent life. This is the special quality of the profound path of the great perfection. My own guru said to me, "I have no thought besides the guru. I have nothing to chant besides supplication to him. I have nothing to practice besides non-action. I simply rest in that way. Now I am in a happy state, open, spacious, and free from reference point, for accomplishing the permanent goal of one's wishes. The profound instruction of Dzogchen is enough in itself. This oral instruction that is easy to understand was composed by the crazy Dujam and given to you. May it be virtuous." Thoughts, questions, prayers? Thoughts or questions? Prayers, donations? Okay. I'm a very picky person. Okay? I want to be clear about that. I'm very, very picky. Generally, I don't like Western people generally. You know? Very picky person. Okay? And I'm turned off and I'm repulsed by a lot of people, by many people. And I don't want any chains on me, any expectations from anyone on me. I'm glad about that. I'm glad about that. And it sticks out to me, the Wheel of Sharp Weapons Sutra that we kind of got mentioned to us by Venerable Panyavati. And it talks about, when you find yourself in a situation where your guru is repulsed by you, that is the Wheel of Sharp Weapons returning full circle upon us. And this is oftentimes I'm in an agitated state not just because of my lack of compassion, but the environment that I find myself in, that is oftentimes a very sick and toxic environment with very, very stupid, ignorant, ugly people. I'm sorry. Ugly in the true sense, ugly in terms of the mind. Ignorance, and willful ignorance, and pride of ignorance. That's the only true kind of ugliness, is ignorance. And I'm also ugly in that sense, but much less ugly than that person or those people that are LARPing and gesturing and just disassociated trash. We still haven't found a millionaire yet. We don't need to. We need to practice meditation sincerely. And I need a place as well where I can scream freely. And this is a very, very valuable opportunity for people. The service that I'm providing here is very, very high-end service. Very, very high-end service. And I do not get enough appreciation for that. Not from, individuals show enough appreciation. I'm not saying that. But from the general people that come across this are not aware of the value point and the professionalism and the skill level, or the quality of what's being provided here, the quality of the service being provided here. This is a university level opportunity. This is a professor level opportunity. There's no Buddhist professor in the world that's going to tell me what the business is. Okay? We might have a meeting point about it, but they're not going to tell me what the business is, okay? So at the end of the day, I'll take out a knife and I'll fucking slit their throat in Grand Theft Auto or in a different game if it has that feature in it. Okay? Why don't you go look around on YouTube? Why don't you go and find an English-speaking Buddhist that spent almost a decade as a monk, that's trained with advanced meditation masters around the world, that's regularly opening a door and sharing his time with people in a raw and unfiltered way. Literally cracking open his fucking skull and saying, hey, trash of the world, the ugliness of the world, come in and fill me up till I overflow, till I have mental problems. Okay? Hey, literally the lowest people on the planet Earth, the most ignorant, vile American people on the earth, why don't you come over here and shit in my brain so that your ignorance and your attachment and your ugliness can be used as a fertilizer for me doing good deeds, etc. Okay? So if you are here and you are serious about these teachings and this path, please look at your gratitude and look at your appreciation, because this is a very, very high level course and high level resource for people. All right. Of course, Flower. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. Shiva is not a spiritual teacher at all. I can't just continuously belabor that point, but he's not a spiritual teacher. He doesn't have anything to do with that. He's not practicing that. He's not involved with that at all. He hasn't spent time with any teachers. He hasn't trained in community. He doesn't have anything to do with that at all. He's a 30-year-old man-child that likes spirituality and has dipped his toes in a few different spiritual scenes, which is more than most people can say. There's no offense to Shiva. It's what his deal is. He's not enlightened. He's not, not in the sense of being a teacher of any kind. Yeah, he's a jester. He's a gray cell. Actually, what he is a new gen gray cell LARPer. That's literally what he is. Good. And people talk about my weight and how I look. Listen, I'm a man, okay? I've got another 30 years till I reach my peak with modern science, okay? Testosterone, retatrutide, Ozempic, whatever it takes, okay? Reach my peak. I can take this little shindig and this little thing that I'm doing right here anywhere around the world, and I'm going to be successful in that. Okay, Sam, you're a LARPer. You're a jester. Shut up. No, absolutely not, Ernie. But what they say is that the AI thing it should happen maybe in a year or 2 years. It's all going to be different. The AI is going to do something very different very soon. Yeah, that's right, Sam. Comfort isn't the truth. Could be. My name is Ernie. Your thinking is a virus. You have to detach from your thinking. Stop identifying with your flow of thinking. Your identification with the flow of thinking is based in your want and your dream of something that works out for you, for yourself, for your story. It does not. Why? Because this story depends on the body. This body is what's known as the soul in Christianity. They cover it up. The continuity of the body is what's known as the soul in Christianity. And so this body has only one result, one destination: sickness, old age, and death. It's like if you try to create a religion out of a dandelion. It would be much better to create a religion out of a dandelion, wouldn't it? But that's not gonna work either. Okay? You are doomed. And your belief in yourself is a belief in a dead God. And that is what is perpetuating your constant thinking that you take so importantly. Why your life is primarily defined through selfishness, through self-fixation, through doing things for yourself. Which is why the world is fucking shitty as it is. Because people only focus on themselves. It's time for you to stop focusing on yourself and to start sending me some money. All right. 10 profound points of essential advice. Self-existing, self-occurring, natural state of freedom. Homage to this vast expanse. Abiding in the state of indivisible luminosity. The nature of all Buddhas, in identity undivided from everything that is already not something. Emaho, precious Guru, what is the meaning of Buddha? What is the dividing line between samsara and nirvana? What is the dividing line between unknowing and knowing? What is the dividing line between mind and mind essence? How does a person apply this meaning to their stream of being? So he asked. Samaya, seal, seal, seal. Guru Sri Singha replied in these words, Emaho, Buddha is used when unknowing is purified and wisdom is perfected. When applying this to your own stream of being, look into your mind essence, and when you see and realize that mind does not consist of any identity, that it is empty and cognizant, and that any occurring thought is personal experience, you have recognized mind to be Buddha. Samsara is being caught up in unwholesome action and circling among the 6 classes of beings from one state to another. Yeah, it's a good idea, Lania. Siraj has still not donated to me, so he said he was going to donate towards the meditation center. How should I phrase it? He said, send me a donation link and I'll send some over soon. So when is soon? I'm a warrior. I'm a spiritual warrior. I'm a spiritual warrior. I'm a spiritual serial killer. I'm a spiritual serial killer and cannibal. At least that's who I want to be.
Spiritual teacher Thich Nhat Hanh, who said, the real miracle is not to walk on water. The real miracle is to walk on the earth. And I love that because to me it speaks to the heart of what true spirituality really is. You know, when we get into all these spiritual teachings and we become spiritual seekers like I was for many years, I was like the world's most obsessed spiritual seeker. It's so easy to get mesmerized by all these teachings about pure unadulterated perfection and the end of suffering and transcending the world and getting into altered states that it's so easy to forget that we are also human beings. We have these animal bodies. We also walk on the earth. We are also wonderfully fallible, imperfect, vulnerable, sensitive human beings, as much as we are pure and perfect and divine and pure consciousness and pure awareness and all of that. So I think there is a shadow side to spirituality, and in particular, I mean, my experience has been with non-dual teachings. I mean, for many years, I was considered to be a non-duality teacher, whatever that means, and I kind of had to quit a few years ago to resign from being a non-duality teacher, only because I found that this word non-duality was confusing so many people, and it was becoming, if I speak really honestly, I feel like it was becoming a kind of cult. Like, I'm non-dual and you're not, or like non-duality is the true truth, is the absolute truth, and all other viewpoints are less than. I felt like it was, for many people, it was becoming a dogma. So there is a beautiful, beautiful truth to the non-dual teachings. You know, on one level, we are, and this is something you don't have to believe. This is something that you can look for. You can look for yourself, and this is what meditation is great for: looking for yourself. You know, on one level, when we really look, what we find is that deep down we are this awareness. Again, call it what you want. The words don't really matter. They're all fingers pointing to the moon. You are this vast ocean of pure awareness, unchanging, undying. You are timeless. You are ageless. You are pure spirit, pure divinity. On the deepest level, I am what you are. You have your life story and I have my life story, but underneath both, we are the same awareness, the same presence, the same consciousness, the same ocean. We appear as separate waves, but we are the same ocean. So there is a beautiful, of course, I'm massively oversimplifying it, but that's the basic truth of non-duality, is that who you really are on the very deepest level is this pure, it's unspeakable, of course, this pure awareness. So the danger of non-duality, and this is what I found over the years, is there were people going around who were so identified with being pure awareness. It's like that had become their new identity. Their ego had latched onto this idea that they are pure awareness. You know, and I'm only exposing this because this is what I did for many years as well. I was one of these people. I believed with all my strength and all my heart and all my might that I am pure awareness. I'm not a mind, I'm not a body, I'm not my thoughts, I'm not my story. I am pure awareness. So there's a beautiful truth to that statement, but the danger is, and I've just seen this, I saw this happen in myself, I see this happen in non-dual students, I've seen this happen in non-dual teachers. It just becomes a new resting place. It becomes a new dogma. It becomes a new identity. I am pure awareness. And you kind of, the danger is you fall into this kind of untouchable place. You become this untouchable, pure awareness. And of course, that's not what you really are. Deep down, you still have all these kind of human feelings and doubts and fears, and you still have trauma. But
literally a master class in spiritual LARPing. Literally a master class in spiritual LARPing. And when I said I'm like a spiritual serial killer, cannibal, not necessarily rapist, but, you know, it is allegorical. So what is allegorical rape, you know? But like this guy is my target. This is the guy I want to do the worst things in the world to, these kinds of people. Because these are colonizers, these are genociders, these are the people that are destroying spirituality in the world and bringing in the Kali Yuga, the end of the spiritual age. These people like Jeff Foster, the worst person in the world.
You are denying all of that, suppressing all of that, because your new identity is that you are pure. I am pure awareness. So it starts off as a beautiful living truth, but the danger is that it just becomes a dogma. It becomes another resting place. It becomes a kind of I'm special thing. And I being part of the non-dual teacher club for many years, I went around the world and I met a lot of these non-dual teachers, spiritual teachers, awakening teachers, at conferences and hanging out with them and staying at their houses. And I probably shouldn't say this, but I will. I was mostly very disappointed over the years meeting these spiritual teachers.
I probably shouldn't say that I was disappointed by people that I'm not mentioning. I'm just calling them spiritual teachers. I probably shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that I was disappointed by random spiritual teachers that I met over the years, generally. I probably shouldn't say that. It would be it could be problematic for me to say that I was disappointed by random spiritual teachers that I won't mention or go into at all. That I'll give you no specificism at all. All right, now here I'll tell Siraj. I said, what should I say to Siraj? I should say, I want to kill Jeff Foster. Is that what I should say? I want to murder Jeff Foster. All right, let's listen.
And let me explain that. I think I had this idea that they were all perfect human beings. So it was actually very beautiful to one by one to meet them and be disappointed because, and this was behind the scenes, spending time with them when they weren't on stage, when they weren't being watched, all of them, bar none. And I met some of the, the most famous spiritual teachers on the planet, most successful, most famous. They all.
Of course you did, because that's a sign of development, fame. That's where you find the best spiritual teachers, is according to their fame. Because we don't live in a literal social... Goodbye, honey, be safe. Go careful. Be careful. We don't live in a society where you literally buy fame and buy recognition and buy enough relevancy and buy subscribers and buy views so that you fucking go to some stupid ass conference for aliens and non-dual teachers. So he's worked with some of the most famous spiritual teachers in the world. So there you go. Been backstage. He's been at their houses. He's shit in their toilets, and he wasn't impressed. This is a very, very stupid guy. And exactly where Siraj is headed if he doesn't let me key into his group and do retreats and go to Spain with him and for him to be recognized as enlightened by him. That's exactly where he's headed.
Every single one of them, they all had doubts, they all have fears, they all got triggered sometimes.
Was he fucking these people? I mean, what are we talking about? So we've gone from I've been around the most famous spiritual teachers in the world to I've shit in their toilets and I wasn't impressed, to they feel fear, they feel worry, they have complex emotions. So what? Now you're the fucking therapist for the most famous spiritual teachers in the world? What the fuck is this guy talking about? This guy is an absolute buffoon. And this is who Siraj is looking up to. Siraj should be looking up to me. Siraj should be following me. Siraj should be asking me for advice. This guy is a buffoon. And these are the kind of people that we lift up in our world and in our society. Well, people like me have to beg. Okay? Have to beg for scraps from people like you people. People who don't even have college degrees.
They all had trauma that they were struggling with. They
Should I kill him or should I kill myself? Because that's where we're at. In this situation, I'm either going to have to kill him or I'm going to have to kill myself. Depending on how this video continues to develop, might have to be both. Might have to be a murder-suicide at that point. Let's backwards a little bit because that's remarkably stupid what this guy's saying and talking about. We're watching this video because I'm surrounded by people that don't have a college degree, people that don't have a 401k, people that the only reason they aren't in a literal homeless, literally homeless right now, is because their great great grandparents handed down trailer park to them. Okay.
all have fears. They all got triggered sometimes. They all had trauma that they were struggling with. They all well, I mean, there was a whole range that I saw, but you know, at the very worst, I saw them take out their stuff on their partners, on their students. But look, this is not to judge anyone. I'm not saying.
And just so you guys know, oh, he said why? Because, man, I'm telling you, from where I sit, this guy is a LARPer. This guy is not. I'm watching this video, and he's talking about how he's the most famous. It's just a mess, man. This Jeff Foster guy is a nightmare for me. And I mean, what I would want to do is I would want to reach out to him literally. I'm a very literal person. I'd want you to be a bridge, Siraj, and I want you to reach out to him and say, look, I got this guy who's a Buddhist monk for 8 years. He's a non-dual Buddhist absurdist, avant-garde performance artist and spiritual teacher, and he wants to box you 6 months, give him 6 months, give him a year, for charity, for Schizophrenics International Charity, whatever it might be. I'm just watching this video. I'm reacting to this video on my channel. I'm making a video about it, and this guy is just an absolute LARPer, man. Like this stuff is just so. There's a disingenuousness to it, man. There is. There's a deep disingenuousness to it.
This to judge. What I'm saying is, we are all so deeply human. As much.
It's all of them because it's a colonialist thing. It's like it's spiritual neocolonialism. It's one word, brother. It's spiritual neocolonialism. It's Bali for the mind. It's that's what it is. That's what these guys are doing. And look, I'm somebody who's saying I went to the jungle. I got the bear skin, the brown. I brownified my skin mentally in the true lineages and practices. And these guys are the exact people that I want their scalps. I don't want to co-teach with them. I don't want to have a podcast with them. I want their scalps. And I truly, truly mean that in an allegorical way, in a spiritual way.
As we are pure presence, pure awareness, divine, we are also human beings. We are also infallible, fallible, imperfect. human beings, not infallible, fallible, imperfect human beings. So it was actually a blessing that my expectations, my projections, one by one were completely shattered. And I started to realize, oh my goodness, we're all just human beings doing our best. And it was very enlightening, actually. And I came to realize very, very, very deeply that, we may believe all these things, all these spiritual concepts and ideas, but what does it all mean if we're not really, really, truly living it in our daily lives? So that's what really interests me now, is really living these teachings in our daily lives. And not trying to be perfect and not trying to be the most enlightened, but really embracing our deep humanity, embracing our imperfections, embracing our doubts. These aren't shameful things we need to hide. And with all these spiritual teachers I met, it's like, some of them, bless them, were really open about their imperfections, about their doubts, about their things they were still struggling with in their lives, the relationship conflicts and dramas that they had, problems with family that they had. And some of them,
frankly, he's gone from a fake non-dualist, or let's call it like a non-dual fetishist, right, to now being more non-dual than non-dual. That's the idea, right? Like, so I was non-dual, and then I realized that non-dual was dual, and now he's teaching dualism as a form of true spirituality, and he doesn't have the wisdom element. He never had the wisdom element. So he's gone from LARPing as being enlightened to now LARPing as being enlightened about not being enlightened, and that there's no such thing as enlightenment, and that it's all relative truth, and it's just a disaster. And all of this, of course, is happening because he's never been put through the test. He's never sacrificed himself. He's never worked with the lineages, with the true traditions. It's spiritual neocolonialism. It is a holocaust of real spirituality, and it is fundamentally what's going to bring this, they bring us to the end of the Kali Yuga and the end of the age of Aryas and stream enterers and above. He just doesn't know what he's talking about, and he thinks that he does. And I'd like to get into a ring with him, and I'd like to show him the business. And I promise you, Siraj, I promise you, I'll show him the business. He didn't get his hands dirty. That's it. And he LARPed his way to money and success, and that money belongs to me. I should have that money with the work that I've put in. Let alone the integrity and the dirtiness of my hands and my feet that he's never gone through. Okay? So that's why I said that, and that's why I feel that way. And I want us to work together, Siraj. I want us to take some steps. I want us to go into the dynamics. I want us to go further with this, okay? This is the beginning of a deep relationship. We're peers. We're young men. Let's do this, and let's cut through the veil, man. This is our chance. Let's do this. Let's work together here. There's a lot of money to be made here, brother. A lot of money to be made. So let's do this.
weren't. Some of them, just no matter what you said, they would just pretend to be perfect.
I am spiritual royalty compared to you. So you better offer me something. You better give me gold. You better give me fucking money. You better write me an email. You better write me a fucking letter. You better give me a fucking car. Okay? I don't care if you're different. I don't give a fuck if you're different. I don't give a fuck about you. You is valueless here. Okay? You want to talk with a prince? You want to talk with a king? You want to talk with a president? You better bring fucking money. You want to eat a cheeseburger? You think you're going to get to eat a cheeseburger because you're a fucking nice, interesting person? Nobody gives a fuck. Pay me. Bring me gold. Bring me rubies. Bring me gemstones. Bring me fucking money. You want to talk to me. You want to have a meeting with me. I don't give a fuck about you. Your personality. Your personality makes me fucking sick. And for me to spend time and energy with you, you better fucking pay me. You better empty your fucking cup. You don't have money, you're on disability? Why don't you cut off that fucking bum-ass leg of yours that you're always dragging around with you and get it turned into bone and give me your fucking femur? Okay? Make an offering unto me. You want to talk to me. Stop LARPing like I'm your friend. Stop LARPing like you can relate to me. You cannot fucking relate to me. You are not equal to me. We are not equal. We are not two separate selves equal to one another. There's nothing about you that appeals to me. I don't want to smell your farts. I don't want to hear about your shit. I don't want to look at your shit. Bring me gemstones. Bring me rubies. Bring me sapphires. Bring me fucking money. I don't give a fuck about your shit. About what you're thinking about, what you're going through. That doesn't mean you can't share it with me. Just don't pretend that I fucking... Oh, what are you going through? What are you going through? Okay? If I could press a button, a lot of people here need to realize this. If I had a button I could press, like Dr. Evil. Anybody here ever seen Austin Powers? Dr. Evil had a button that would drop people in their little fucking board meeting room chairs down into the fucking fire pit where their bodies would be burned. Only here, it's not going to be a fire pit. It's going to be acid that leaves the bones there. Okay? And I'd press that fucking button. I don't give a fuck. I'll press that fucking button, turn you into bones, and I'll put you up and hang you up. And we'll have a little apartment. I don't need a fucking meditation center. I don't need to buy anything. Okay? I'll live wherever I live, and I'll hang up from the ceiling like a Halloween store, literal skeletons of people. Okay? Stop LARPing. You want to talk with a professional? You want to talk with a professor? You fucking sign up. You pay for the course. You apologize. You start by apologizing to me. You want to talk to me? You start by apologizing to me. I'm sorry. I apologize. You're better than me. You're my king. You're my master. I pay homage to you. Where can I send the money? How can I send you a large amount of money? That's what you ask me. That's what you message me. Anyone who says, I hope we have the chance to get to know one another, is somebody who I would murder. In Call of Duty, in Halo 3, in any kind of game at all.
Oh, I never suffer. I never feel pain. I never feel doubt. I never feel anger. That's all ego. That's all illusion.
Because there is no I, you dumb fuck, that have no wisdom element. He does not have access to insight. He does not have the wisdom element. He is a Patujana. He's not a stream enter. He's not an Arya. He's never tasted the stream. He doesn't know the unconditioned. He's Patujana through and through. He has nothing to do with enlightenment. He's just a LARPer. He's a non-dual LARPer. He's an enlightenment LARPer. And now he's a spiritual teacher LARPer. 100%, man. This guy's got no enlightenment in his entire body.
Blah, 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 blah. But you know, we defend ourselves in so many ways, don't we? So again, this isn't to judge anyone. You know, I've been just like that. I was one of them. I've talked about this many times for years. I believed I was the most perfect human being on the planet. I believed I was the most enlightened human being on the planet. I believed that I had no ego, that I was pure awareness.
All of the things that he's saying here are coming from a belief in I and a belief in something as well. A true I. he doesn't have any information about the principles and practices, the philosophy, the science, the way of talking about things, the way of understanding about things, because he never got his hands dirty. And the non-duality thing is functionally and fundamentally, it's a school of disassociation. There's no connection to a lineage. It's teaching people how to disassociate, and it's a religion. It's a belief system. It's a belief system of non-self, and it doesn't actually uproot the self-delusion, sakyaditi, the delusion of self. So that's why, this guy is a wrong-minded character.
I was untouchable, and I had truly, 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 truly realized that, and everyone else hadn't. So it was ironic, in the name of non-duality, I was separating myself from everyone else. So it was actually very, very dualistic. So this is just to remind you that it's okay to be imperfect and human and struggle. And spirituality, non-duality, enlightenment, whatever you want to call it, it's not about eradicating all of our human vulnerability. It's about giving ourselves deep permission, moment by moment, to be beautifully, wonderfully human and sensitive and vulnerable, to make mistakes, to screw up sometimes, to forget who we are sometimes, to have wounds that hurt, and to learn to turn towards those instead of pretending that we're perfect and pretending that we have no wounds and pretending that we are pure awareness and pretending that the body isn't real. All of these concepts, they're all just concepts. They're all just concepts.
The body isn't real. He just doesn't know that. This is the stupidity of this fucking guy. Says this idea of attaching to the concept that the body isn't real is just a concept, such as what you're LARPing about right now, that's just a concept. That's also just a concept. Literal trash. Why do I want to murder him, Siraj? He's literal trash. He is literal trash. This guy I wouldn't wipe my ass with this guy's face. That's the level that he's at. That's the mind cultivation, the depth, the technology in his mind is such that I wouldn't wipe my ass with his face. All right? That's why I want to murder him. In Call of Duty, in Halo, in real life, the game, like Grand Theft Auto, whatever. In so many certain terms. He's confused. He's fused with confusion. And he's got nothing to do with enlightenment.
And what I've learned is that the true freedom and the true joy and the true peace has come from letting go of even the non-dual concepts. I am pure awareness, all of that stuff. And just surrendering to the present moment as it is, letting myself be imperfect. There's been such relief and joy in just allowing myself to be imperfect. And ironically and paradoxically, that's where you find the true non-duality, which is not at war with duality. It's not opposed to the appearance of duality. It doesn't say, oh, duality is just an illusion. Human stuff is just an illusion. It's less than. There's no superiority in it. It's the ocean not at war with its waves, not rejecting its waves, not saying, oh, all my waves are an illusion, or trying to get rid of all of its waves. None of that. It's the ocean deeply in love with all of its waves, embracing all of its waves, at one with all of its waves. Ultimately, the ocean is not separate from, it is its waves. So non-duality ultimately is not separate from the appearance of duality. It's all one movement. So then that's why I had to quit. That's why I had to quit as a non-dual teacher. It didn't make any sense. So these days I'm just so deeply in love, more than ever, with our wonderful, fleshy, earthy, muddy, sensual, imperfect, vulnerable humanity. with our beautiful doubts, with the mistakes that we make, with, trying, bless us all, we try so hard. We try so hard to do it right. We try so hard to be good, to be all these things. And for me, I've found spirituality not separate from the world, non-duality not separate from duality, but deeply infusing. My divinity deeply infuses the earth. It's there in a dog poo on the pavement. It's there in the face of my child, in the face of my partner. It's there in a cloud, in a blade of grass. It's there in a tree. It's there in the sound of the cars beeping their horns outside. It's here in the body, in the flesh, in the joy and the sorrow and the boredom and the clarity and the doubt. In all of it, it's all sacred. It's all sacred. And so I just wanted to make this video about just pointing out the shadow side of spirituality, or the shadow side of non-duality. Is the danger is we become less than human. We forget our humanity. We become very, very serious, and non-duality becomes a new dogma, and we start pretending to be perfect. And that becomes the goal, is being perfect and never suffering. And then we just end up becoming cold and robotic.
Hello, and welcome back to the second broadcast of today, August 16th, 2026. Today's quote of the day, if you missed the first part of the live stream today, is as follows.
So the story typically goes, you read a book like Be Here Now, or you read a book like Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, or you read something like The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer, and you end up feeling like there's something greater than yourself. Then you have some type of spiritual awakening or spiritual glimpse. A spiritual glimpse sets you up to know that there's something greater than yourself. You understand, at least to a partial degree, what you are. And then the story goes that you try to seek finding that. You go, oh, this is what that teacher was talking about. Oh, this is what this teacher was talking about. Oh, this is what Eckhart Tolle was talking about. And you go, but I don't feel that right now. So you start seeking again. You dig a little bit deeper down the rabbit hole. You go onto YouTube. You start searching about things. You start searching keywords. You start researching enlightenment. You find people like Ramana Maharshi, maybe Sadhguru, maybe some Indian spiritual sages. You scour their videos for a while. Maybe you attend some of their you can't attend a Ramana Maharshi retreat, but maybe you attend some of their retreats. You find Muji. You dig a little bit deeper. You find Nisargadatta. You start finding even more sages and gurus, and then you start finding more contemporary people. Maybe Rupert Spira. Maybe if you go a bit deeper, you find his teacher Francis Lucille. Then you find other YouTubers like Angelo DeLullo, Simply Always Awake. Maybe Jeff Foster. And you keep going, and you maybe sidetrack a little bit and go down the direction of the radical non-dual approach of, Tony Parsons and Jim Newman type characters. Hopefully you don't go even deeper and find even like very miserable people talking about non-duality. And all of a sudden you realize, oh, it's dawned upon me. I am in this non-dual scene. There's like non-dual teachers, and you may find smaller channels like mine, or even smaller channels, and you start wondering, who's the real deal? Who can I listen to? Who's really going to teach me a thing or two? Who really embodies this? Well, hopefully you're asking those questions. Who really embodies this? Who can I actually listen to? What is it I have to listen to? What do they have that I don't have? Hopefully these questions start dawning upon you. and you're going to start wanting a guide. Maybe you attend some of Rupert Spira's webinars, you realize there's loads of people in there, I might not get a chance to put my hand up, I want some more personal attention. You try to find other YouTubers, maybe Angelo DeLulo's, you can attend his retreat, but he doesn't do one-to-ones. You want some one-to-ones, you start looking even further and deeper. Maybe the smaller channels will do one-to-ones. Maybe I can have some one-to-ones with them. Maybe they're more available. So you start finding even smaller channels and you do one-to-ones. And it helps, but it hasn't really solved the problem. Like, you don't really know what the problem is. The problem is you're suffering, but you don't know what the suffering is. And you're not sure where to look or where not to look or what to look at. Everything feels a little bit lost, a little bit confusing, a little bit unguided. The guidance you've had doesn't seem to fully suffice. If you're in this position right now, then I am so happy you found this video. I'm going to share with you exactly what's important so you don't have to keep endlessly scrolling and searching around different people to try and get a lay of the land to understand exactly what the priority should be for you in your path. There's a couple of ground things we need to cover. You need to understand that all teachers that you see online, all of them, I won't name any names, but there's not a single name that I've mentioned that isn't going through this, and I've got intel, let's put it that way. Everyone is still working on this stuff. Every teacher that you find is still working through past trauma and conditioning that they haven't yet seen. Most of them actually don't even realize they have some of the trauma that they have. They're still living out patterns that are unconscious, they haven't actually looked at yet. That goes for all teachers, all sages, anyone that you've ever seen. Even Nisargadatta would dismiss the fact that he smokes, saying it's a habit of the body, you see? Doesn't matter who it is, there are tendencies that are latent, that are ready to come out at the right time when they are ready to be seen. If you don't look at those, it doesn't matter how enlightened you get, they don't dissolve until they've been exposed and revealed. But that doesn't dismiss the fact of our freedom. We can be free and still run through our old conditioning and heal, so to speak, which healing in my definition is not the healing that we typically talk about. Healing is actually just simply revealing and seeing with love. You don't need to heal anything. The body does that effectively on its own, just like it digests food on its own. So as long as we're willing to acknowledge and give love and not resist the things that are within us, those things naturally on their own dissolve with time. We don't need to force that. So we can be free, but it doesn't mean we're going to be perfect, you see? So no teachers are perfect. So if you look for the perfect teacher, what's going to happen? You put them on a pedestal and you see them as an enlightened person. And then what happens is, to that same extent, you put them 10% on the pedestal, they'll come 10% off. You put them 50% on the pedestal, you'll put them 50% off. You put them 100%, they'll come 100% off. And what you'll do is you'll then judge them. You'll say, no, I thought they were this, now they're this. They were on the pedestal, now they're under the pedestal. Completely off it altogether. They don't know what they're talking about. You judge them, you ridicule everything they say as nonsense and they don't understand it. And then you carry on living your life until eventually one day you realize, oh, I was actually rejecting myself. What I was actually doing is rejecting the parts of me that are imperfect, that I think I need to have to be perfect in order for me to be happy. And you are mirroring that with your teacher. The teacher, without any effort of their own will, has ideally, with effort of their own will, they take themselves off the pedestal. But if they don't, something will happen which balances the scales and puts them back into the neutral position, which is what they should be. What's a neutral position? A neutral position is simply the way that you see your friends, the way that you see your family. Your friends are super important. They're super valuable. They're super intelligent. They're super loving. They're everything that you want, but you don't put them on a pedestal, you see? So tell me, what's the difference between the teachers that you see that you think are enlightened versus your friends? Why do you think that the teacher is more special and important than your best friend or your wife or your spouse or your husband, whatever it might be? You have to take them off and put them on the playing field that they should be on, which is the same as all our other relationships. Most of the teachings that you see on YouTube are the surface level teachings. So most of the stuff that I share that you see on my channel is not the deepest stuff. If you want the deeper stuff, just look at all the videos that have the least amount of views. If you want the deeper teachings, the videos with the least amount of views are typically those ones, because the least amount of views means the teaching goes more and more direct, which fewer and fewer people are open and ready for, which means that if you just consistently share that on YouTube, you won't grow the channel and you won't actually meet those people to begin with. So you have to send out a broader signal on YouTube in order to then refine the signal once people go deeper and deeper into your container. Though some people do share the deepest teaching that they share on YouTube and claim it is the deepest teaching, and then we get stuck in another cul-de-sac, as we're going to come to this. But the reason I point this out is because there's some teachers, for instance, my teacher, his teacher, The stuff on YouTube is not necessarily the deeper layers of the path, but people can mistake that they're the deeper layers of the path because YouTube, we have to talk on a specific octave. If you talk at the highest octave on YouTube, typically speaking, it doesn't quite resonate as well. So you have to kind of have what we call a compassionate approach, which is to speak slightly broader in order to then unbroaden, you could say, or refine the signal later on. The next thing to see is that any teacher that thinks they're going to remove your suffering within a couple of sessions or end your seeking in a couple of sessions is making a fundamental mistake. So if you find any teachings or teachers that try to end suffering via getting you to see your true nature, and then that's the be-all, end-all thing, it's a mistaken understanding. This comes from a level of the path which is actually really important. It's important to obviously see what you are. You want to understand what you are in this moment right now, which is in a weird way like not necessarily seeing it, but unseeing things that are preventing it from being obvious to you, namely thoughts, feelings, and perceptions. So there'll be guiding principles like, what are you without your thoughts? What are you without your feelings? What are you without this? And it's called the neti-neti process. It's what we learn in the Indian traditions, typically from the Buddhist or Vedantic traditions, where we see via the absence of something. So in the same way that, like, when it's the way you point to the word hole. If there's a hole in the wall, right, a circle hole, some people didn't know what I was saying when I said that before. If there's a hole in the wall, to get someone to see the hole, you have to understand the absence of something. Because the hole is not a thing. It's not an actual object. It's the absence of an object. It's an absence of a part of the wall. So you have to point to it. You can't actually point to the thing that isn't there because it's not there to point to. So you have to point to the wall, and then you say, and in the wall, the thing that isn't there, that's the hole. You go, okay, so this is...
This is the guy I want to replace Shiva. So I'm trying to go slow. Like he says, you can't be direct. You got to be sneaky. Same with like when I get some money from people. You can't just say it directly. You got to be a little bit sneaky, a little bit not manipulative, but you know what I mean. A little bit sneaky. And that's what I'm doing here. Okay, so I want that guy to be my new Shiva boyfriend. And I want to drop Shiva because he doesn't have clout, he doesn't have creativity, he doesn't have vision. He's constantly gesturing and LARPing, and he's a gray cell, he's new gen. So I don't want any of that. And, he's like, oh, Dr. Rob, I've got so many views on YouTube live stream. All fake views, all trash views. Absolute garbage, absolute nothing. Well, I don't know. Just send me some money on Cash App, Dippity Dog. Let me get something here. Let me get some money on Cash App. Let me get $100 on Cash App right now. Monk Life 93. Oh my God, we've got a new video from the throne. A new video from the throne. Anybody guess who we're about to take a look at? I'm going to record this one. We might have to go all the way for this. Look who we got here, boys. Look who we got here. So welcome everyone to another Angelo Delulu expose video. I am Dr. Rob, your host. I've spent the last decade studying and practicing with some of the best Buddhist masters, teachers, monasteries, and meditation retreats in the world. I've studied a large variety of Buddhist texts to the highest degree possible. I do these exposés to call out problematic teachers in the online space. One of my big targets is this guy somebody told me about him, recommended him to me, known as Angelo Delulu. So I'd like to listen to this, take a look, and see what he says, and give my response.
All distortions of perception arise from thought, from what I've seen. This includes being thought identified, which most people walking the face of the earth are thought identified.
First thing I can see right off the bat is that this guy is not enlightened. I have worked with... Oh, I didn't even start recording it. That's stupid. Anyways, see if he'll say something wrong. All this is fine that he said so far. All this is fine.
And there's a significant alteration in that with awakening. But it continues beyond awakening and to various degrees in deeper realization. Even really beyond anatta, no self-realization, there can be periods of identification with thoughts or unrecognized beliefs that will be recognized and addressed. But at all those levels of realization, all those levels of insight, I find the perturbance to be the same. Ultimately, having a belief shape your experience, and the shape is always limited. It shapes your experience in the form of forming a view of.
Now, I don't know about that. He seems to be playing around with belief and view here. So what did he said there? Firstly, putting this all in terms of belief, I think, is problematic. That's not clear to me. But what we really do is view. So what do we mean by belief and what do we mean by view, Angelo? Well, he's got a lot more insight than you, doesn't he, Samurai?
Of yourself, a view of reality, a view of spirituality, really a view of anything. It can be a view of shadow work. And in spiritual communities, or let's say the contemporary array of spiritual communities available, there are any number of views that form, even in certain communities. Sometimes it's really on the part of the teacher because of the way they speak. Sometimes it's on the part of the sangha or the group around that teacher. And sometimes it's both. But views can and do form in spiritual contexts as well. Although I think they're essentially all, I would say they're essentially all rooted in personal fixations or like psychological patterns, habits, coping mechanisms, and tendencies that we have. Tendencies of tendencies to seek validation, tendencies to divide experience, tendencies to avoid discomfort, tendencies to seek what seems to soothe us, pleasure, eating exactly the right kind of food, having your shower exactly the right temperature, all the things that can be challenged in places like this. So there's always something to explore. Or maybe I should say should always be open that there's something new to discover, no matter how clear your experience is. And that's wonderful. I love that this experience of being alive in a body with a human mind and its limitations allows for an ongoing evolution, falling away, deepening of experience. But it's all rooted in thought, from what I've seen. There are thoughts that are far more obscure. There are thoughts that are more collective and thoughts that seem more personal. Although often the most personal feeling thoughts are also collective. It's an interesting area to explore how the sometimes most shameful feeling thoughts, or that territory you really don't want to explore and you really want to hide from yourself and from everyone around you, is actually a collective experience, often propagated by trauma, sometimes propagated by very poignant or profound types of trauma in childhood. When you're taught to cover up your own innocence with shame and even believe that you've lost your innocence and replaced it with shame. These are all layers of belief that can be encoded with somatic experiences, often are physical experiences, physical harm. But what I've found is no matter how much harm there's been physically and emotionally, we can rectify that misunderstanding, and the misunderstanding being that your innocence can be attenuated or lost. We can address that through both somatic processes, but ultimately through recognizing what the beliefs are around it, seeing those deeply held beliefs that you've been responding to, or even avoiding seeing, which is another way of responding to for years, through behavior patterns, thought patterns, relational patterns. So this is all to say that if you have the spirit of discovery in the forefront of your practice or your spiritual journey or your alignment with truth, or however you perceive it, you're in a good place. I've said before, I know people who don't meditate or rarely meditate or don't like to meditate, don't really go to retreats, don't really have a devotional approach to spirituality, but they're very much awake, very clear. But it's because of inquiry. It's because of the willingness to endlessly discover, uncover, investigate their own motivations, beliefs, excuse me, the motivations, beliefs, habits. Behaviors. And in doing so, again and again, it comes back to thoughts and beliefs that were the ultimate, or were ultimately the fixations or the distortions.
This is the 7th week of the John Otters Hobby programs, losing fat while gaining strength and muscles.
Now, if realization fitness demands the same discipline and commitment as what I've been saying, Olympic athletes,
Are you okay?
then teammates and companionship might be the missing link in the practice. Training alone is sometimes a necessary phase, a way of renouncing the conditions of the world. But to go further, one must eventually renounce from renunciation itself and re-enter the world. Because so many times people just substantialize and reify renunciation into a thing. Now they become attached to non-attachment. So in my last couple of videos, I've been talking about the solo realization trap, or the limit of practicing alone, how that can just keep on reinforcing your views. So the same mind creating the blind spot is being asked to find the blind spot, right? That's why I believe enlightenment is a team sport. Weighing at 149 pounds, lifting 100 pounds.
Dumbbell chest press, I haven't done that in probably close to 15 years. All thanks to John Otters Hollywood.
This is what Michael Jordan realized when he won his first championship. Eventually, you have to remove the conditions and the scaffolding of meditation, isolation, and monkhood itself. Unless you just want to be a monk, which is cool too, but for most of us who are choosing to engage with the world, we know the work is not done, but we don't know how to work with and as the conditions of life. We don't know how to pay homage to our afflictions and use them as fuel to develop further. And this is why people go on retreats and unable to integrate, or look for techniques after techniques. Because you can meditate for thousands of hours, produce insights and experiences, and still remain trapped inside your own echo chamber and views. Views is literally the geometry of your entire reality. It's not just beliefs, concepts, or identities, or even worldviews. This trickles down from views. What if practicing alone is an exit strategy for you to avoid being seen, being measured? It's a way for you to ignore certain aspects of yourself so that you can unconsciously but voluntarily reinforce your karmic patterns. And again, I don't emphasize this enough. If ignorance conditions suffering, then whatever we ignore, suppress, and refuse to illuminate becomes the basis of all the splits and fragmentations that causes our suffering. The snake infinitely biting its own tail while you're trying to, quote unquote, figure it out alone. We just finished like a public practice.
But all the while he's saying this, it's a great thing to say, but he's selling something. So that's not right, Frank. It's stupid. Not going to accept that.
That sort of that dissolution, that pratyahara, that separation from the external world. Dragons, is that Swami Turbo? Wherever you are, welcome. That sounds like something Swami would say.
the pratyahara, and the concentration.
Get off my computer. Keep your eyes to yourself. It's not for you to look at. My computer is not something for you to look at. Do you understand that? Shut up. Somebody donates $350, the Jägermeister goal will come back. How about that? You little Kiwi bitch. Nobody's donating, then there's not gonna be anything fun or anything interesting. Okay? Is that clear?
This is it. This is it. This is that moment of reality right now. No excuses, this is that.
Dr. Green, nobody cares. Just fuck off. These people make me so sick. I'm sorry, but it's like, aren't you like middle aged? Like, what are you doing? I'm not being playful with what I just said. These people are disgusting. I don't owe them anything. They come around like fucking beggars and like psych ward patients trying to fit in. Like, hey, I know it's, but this is, we're connected in some way. It's like, get the fuck out of here, you absolute lunatic. Am I disturbed by it? No. A little bit annoyed, a little bit disgusted by it, but it's not disturbing. It's normal. Used to it at this point, but you just, these people are so strange. They say, well, you're strange. Well, what are you doing at my house? Go away. Yes. Wonderful. Thank you so much for stopping by and giving your judgment. Everything that I've built up in my life and my experiences have been fine, but frankly, without your judgment, I don't think I would be where I want to be. A lot of misogynists have a problem with me. I'm very anti-misogyny, so I attract like men that are misogynists. Hung's mom just arrived. Okay, just sit still.
Okay, contact all. กลับไปได้แล้วเดินชมก้มนั่งสมาธินะยอมเพนไม่ต้องสนทนาทางบาลีนะก็เรียบร้อยแล้วนิดเดียวนะคะนิดเดียว
The pearl is real.
จะกลับวันนี้เหรอ
So what are we going to do, Hung?
Đây vô đơn giản vậy được. Trời ơi, đây nhà bác Đức mà bạn của bác. Thôi. Không phải đâu. Phức tạp quá.
Giờ phức tạp. Cái khu này được cái dễ là hai cũng như hai là đường để hoặc là gì cũng nó. Với lại nó có cái khu cái nhân viên của nó. Tại vì nếu mà cũng trả phí quản lý người ta nhà mà.
Bao nhiêu?
600. Tiền giữ xe là 800. Thì giống như con chịu đi. Này đó, hồ bơi mà được dùng nè. Sân bóng, sân đá, sân hồ, có mấy cái chỗ tập thể dục cho người già. Dẫn mấy đi con có khu trẻ em là chơi, nói chung là cái khu trẻ em chơi một giờ.
cái tivi hả?
Tivi đó. Hai vợ chồng có bao giờ coi không? Hay là lại nó đó, cái máy lọc đó. Để đó đi.
Dùng tới cho tao đi.
Khi về bả hả?
Cái ông đi dưới nhà ấy.
Chừng nào mới về đi rồi dưới dưới gì dưới.
Rồi lên chẳng đem về dưới. Rồi lên mát rồi mình xài chi. Nào vô rồi kêu anh đi xe hơi lại cho trở về.
Chìa khóa nhà dưới má có đem theo không?
Không.
Hồi
Bỏ dưới rồi.
Ở dưới nào?
Ở dưới nhà.
Nhà bả hả?
Nhà mình á.
Rồi vô rồi má lấy gì má mở?
Đưa một chìa thôi chứ. Con trong đó để nhà. Ở dưới.
Rồi nữa con về dưới làm với trời.
Tầm mấy tháng thì vô, mấy tháng thì vô rồi.
Mấy tháng nữa má vô.
Tết cuối tháng là gần Tết không?
Trời ơi gần Tết đâu. 6 tháng mà.
Ai kêu ông nói?
Amnesia in the world. Clive Waring has one of the worst cases of amnesia in the world. Clive Waring has one of the worst cases of amnesia in the world. Clive Waring has one of the worst cases of amnesia in the world. Clive Waring has one of the worst cases of amnesia in the world.
Nào, tôi lên đó. Này mát hả? Quá. Để.
Vô chọn cái này liền luôn. Đi coi mấy căn. Vô đặt bất ngờ đây là chọn.
Nè quay đã. Quay câu view đã.
Cái này nó còn đất trống nhiều ghê luôn. Nhìn cho nên mình mới thấy đất còn trống nhiều ghê luôn. Lên tầng tam tam nhìn cái mắt mình thấy núi luôn. Cái núi trên núi đó bữa đó bọn con cũng đi đó. Cho nó cái chùa bóng linh thủy.
Nhà Thành.
Sao biết? Cái tòa nhà cao cao à.
When are we going to eat, Hung? What time we go to eat?
Now we wait sister. Now she work. I think maybe mấy giờ em tới ta?
When?
I asked her what time we free. Trời ơi, cái điện thoại con để dưới xe.
Như cái căn này là bao nhiêu tiền?
Nhiều lắm.
Cả 1 triệu.
Đi con chạy xuống dưới con lấy cái điện thoại con. Điện thoại con để dưới xe con luôn. Honey, I will have the phone. Má đây nha.
We're building something like a startup, like a company, like a corporation. Slowly, slowly building more and more and more. More and more wealth, more and more power. You want to ask a question, you can put it on the back of a $50 bill. I don't care who you are. You could be the King of England for all I care. You got a question? Pay. That's what I require. Matter of fact, that's what I demand. Donations can be made through Cash App at MonkLife93. Can also be made through PayPal. Set up a recurring monthly donation on PayPal. You are this moment. You are this moment, okay? You are this moment. Hello?
Hey.
Oh, what's up?
What's happening?
Yeah. What's going
Nice
on?
to see you. I hear you.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah. How's life?
Everything's going according to plan. Step by
Yeah, I
step.
feel you on that.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Are you waking up? Are you are you in Taiwan?
Bed. In Taiwan? No, I'm in bed. I'm actually, dude, I've been sick the past week, and that's a definite lesson in surrender. That's for sure.
Bro, I thought you were in Taiwan with Frank Yang. That's what I saw. That's why I was like, oh, I got to call this guy. He's big now. He's leveling up. I'm like, wow, he's having sushi with Frank Yang. I need a piece of that.
Yeah, Frank's cool. Do you like Frank?
Have
you ever talked to him?
He's a little bit Hollywood. Like I only give space for Hollywood if you're renunciate or you're doing and also you're doing a lot of stuff. You're helping a lot of people, you know? Like you're full on. If you're full on, then you get some space, but when you're doing all this different stuff and then you're adding Hollywoodness onto that, it's a little bit off-putting for me.
I know what you mean. It's a little too much.
Yeah.
To turn a lot of people off, but he's a good guy. Like, deep down, he has a good heart.
Yeah. It's not black and white either way, so it's just...
Exactly.
I mean, maybe I'd probably be his friend if he wanted me to be his friend. Right?
That would be
if he wanted to hang out, yeah.
Relationship.
Well, I tried. Somebody hooked me up, gave me his number, and I tried to reach out a little bit, and then I went to... I joined one or two of like the like the fake like the meetings that they're recruiting people, right? So I definitely felt the energy. There's a deep energies there, you know, and I was keying into it and stuff. Like whoever that guy is, they say gives transmissions, and I think they got some energy on the team. But eventually, at the end of it, Frank was just like, "So are you gonna buy that stuff or what?" And I was like, "No, I'm not. I'm not reaching out to you to buy the stuff. I'd like to talk with you." And I just think there's like a stupidity in that with people where, we're in a scene, it's a small scene, and people they're too insulated, especially like broader. I mean, this is only a very small handful of people, but, like the non-duality scene, people, it's still a small group of people, and it's like you can't contact these people, and they've got everything figured out, and they're already satiated with their own lane, and I just see so much more value in collaboration. So the last message I sent to him was just like, I was a monk. I'm not giving you a bunch of money for, I could buy the stupid program, but I'm like, I'm not going to spend all that money to do that, even though it might be good, just because he didn't have the interest.
I know what you mean.
He doesn't know me.
It would have been more just showing like your presence and being there in the community.
Well, probably would. I'm sure I can. I don't know if I can kick Frank's ass. I mean, with the busyness, because when you're doing all that different stuff, you're a little bit more vulnerable because you got to give all these different attachment points for your busyness and all these different relationships and stuff. But head to head, I don't know. If he was really giving me his focus, who would come out on top? But I'm sure I could kick the asses of a lot of the people that he's platforming and putting on his teachers and stuff. You know what I mean? And I mean that by just like the detachment, showing up and giving the detachment, So, yeah.
Definitely. He's tried to get me to join that a few times too. And I'm like, no, I'm all set, man. Nothing personal.
That's stupid. What I don't need is it. That? I mean, maybe he's like in a financial struggle or building stuff up. I mean, because then you build it up, and you need more money to maintain it, and it just is indefinite. So you're constantly getting into that like money flow.
Yeah. That's where it gets tricky. Money and dharma, they don't really mix that well.
Well, now I just tell people, I'm straight with people. I say, you're watching, you owe me money, you give it to me, or you get the fuck out of here. And then they say, yeah. And if they're just hide and take it, well, that's skillful. But what's going on with you, man? How's your podcast and your interviews and all that stuff going? I mean, I never really got. I mean, I don't know that we ever had much of a deep conversation about, like what your situation is. I'm curious. I mean, you've done a lot of work, but I don't.
Yeah. You mean like in terms of like what I'm doing with YouTube? It's like same old shit. I mean, that's just the same blueprint that I've had from the beginning, and just that's it. Just talking to people.
But where do you
gradually just getting popular?
But where do you live? You're able to support yourself with that, or?
Oh no,
you do a job. Oh shit,
food.
That's very holistic, man. That's crazy holistic.
Yeah, I used to work in the marijuana industry. I grew weed, and then I left that because it's just extremely shady, man. It's just a weird business.
Oh yeah, those people. It's the neurotoxic. Weed's very neurotoxic, and you get all these people, and there's no morality, so people are gonna be fucking weird as hell.
Oh yeah,
you just know,
definitely working with weirdos, and on top of the the THC element, like the actual how they grow it, it's also weird. You got that GMO weed. So I was like, this isn't right. So I just left that. I said, I'm just going to do my own thing, just DoorDash every day and put as much time as I can into doing the YouTube shit. And it allows me flexibility, Obviously, I'm not getting rich, but I make enough.
So how did you connect with Frank? How did that happen?
I just had him on the pod a few times, and then...
Oh, way back, for a while, right? A while ago. And then you went out there, or...
And then he was actually coming here. He was going on, which I live in Boston.
Oh.
And he was, outside of Boston. And he was coming here for a Sam Hyde You know that guy, Sam?
They haven't published it. They haven't published the interview with him, right?
Yeah, they might not. I feel like
Yeah, I think they're not going to.
they're probably like, what the heck is this guy talking about?
Yeah.
But yeah, so he came out here, and I live like 30 minutes from
Oh,
Sam
shit.
Hyde, so I realized he was here. I was like, hey man, you want to hang? And then that's it. You know, it's history.
You ever met Sam Hyde? You've been.
Yeah, we were hanging out.
Oh shit! I want to hook up with Sam Hyde. If he comes out to Vietnam.
I'm not friends with him. I was just hanging out with him before the show and got to meet him. And
Oh,
he's definitely
whoa.
a character.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not like my boys.
Yeah.
But I was just there by association with Frank.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think they're gonna publish it either because, you know, just two totally different wavelengths. Sam was like, "What the heck is this guy talking about?" The whole time.
Okay. And you see, I'm just looking at your channel. You talked the Eshin guy. I talked with him.
Yeah.
I had a little call with him. He's nice, but he said last time I talked to them, he said he's he's stepping back because he's got this big position in Japan with a temple, with like a major temple in the Buddhist organization there. So he said he's not gonna YouTube anymore. Last I talked to them.
And where are you from?
Interesting. I didn't know that. I know you talk shit about Zen. Is that one of the Zen schools that he's in that you talk shit about, or no? Is that something different?
I don't know. I don't know what I do exactly.
Well, I've heard you talk shit about like the modern Zen teachers.
Oh, the Soto Zen. Yeah, the Soto Zen. It's mainly like American, like this American tradition. So he's like in Japan and stuff. But
yeah, I gotcha. So he's actually living it.
I don't know. It's weird because
I respect about you. You actually lived it. You actually, walked the walk.
Yeah.
You don't just talk the talk.
And where are you from?
But I was just thinking about that because I can see so much value in somebody like that guy, Eshin. Probably a lot of the people you've interviewed, right? I mean, some people are kind of wacky, but it's like, and I've talked to these guys, and they can't put food on the table. They can't put money in their pocket. And then it's like they're trying to preach to a choir, or they're trying to put themselves out there for, to do this work, but it doesn't really work. People don't really care, and even if they do get value from it, then they don't give to that. And then you get these people, and they don't want to really, they just want to keep doing their own thing. I wish there was more people that weren't so had this compulsion about just doing their own thing. Like people get a little bit skillful, and then they're just less and less open to collaborating and having, working together and what, and finding out, ways that you could work together.
Yeah. I never really noticed that, to be honest. Like, I usually just collab with people once and then I'm done. I don't really talk to them.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to talk again, man, we can have another talk. I think it'd be great. Since last time I talked to you, you were in the robes. So I think it'd be a nice catch up.
It's a long time away. Long time coming.
Different life. I've reincarnated a few times.
Yeah, many times.
And where are you from originally?
Every day, every moment.
Yeah.
You live in Vietnam now, right? And you're married?
Yeah, I'm married. We live in Vietnam. We're working on making a meditation center out here.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I would ask you more, but I think we should save it for when we talk.
Sure. Yeah, anytime. I mean, I'm mostly available, so.
Yeah, you're in a different time zone, though. We gotta figure that out.
Well, I've never.
Flexible?
I'm pretty flexible, but I'm flexible based on the present. So it's a present flexibility. It's a present-minded flexibility. But it's always open. And well, it's like I'm not following any schedule in life. So that means I have like full availability, but also it can be difficult for scheduling.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I got you. I'll send over my Calendly, so it's like a schedule.
I've seen that.
Software,
Yeah,
and then
that
you can
works.
pick.
That works.
Yeah, it'll make it easier to coordinate, and I think that'll probably be the best bet. But if nothing lines up for you with my schedule, just let me know, and we'll.
No, it'll line up. It'll line up. All right, man. Good to talk with you.
Nice to hear from you, and yeah, I'm excited, man. I think it's gonna be a good one.
Okay, I'm sending you some of the healing energy for your illness.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it's a little rough, but you know what? We'll get through it. It's a lesson in surrender, like I said.
Okay.
We all get old, sick, and die.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm going through the sick.
May you be well. May you heal, brother. May you heal.
Thank you, man.
Bye.
All right. I'll see you soon.
Well, people are afraid of collaboration primarily because they're weak. They're weak and their vision is small. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just making stuff up. That's Gary Samurai. He does interviews. He does interviews with spiritual people. He's been doing it for years. I've known him for years. He's interviewed me before. You look good, Rob. You look like poopy time. Thank you, the judge. I appreciate that. Honey, what time we go? What time we go to eat?
Sister come now, sister come and be with sister.
What time she come?
Now she go and touch your car. Your motorbike come here.
Sister and sister?
Yeah.
Sister and wife?
Yeah.
And we drive together?
Yeah.
Long drive, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I take, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna have a wonderful family dinner. Yeah, it's very surreal. I don't really believe in that stuff, but it's happening, so you can't not believe in it. And you don't have to believe in it. And that's why I get disgusted and concerned with a lot of people that come around here, because they're just trash. They're just trash people. And they deserve death. Truly they do. And I would give that to them, to bless them in their next life. Okay? Truly, I truly mean that. Whether it's in Grand Theft Auto or Halo 3 or whatever, I don't care what it is. Hello? I mean, we're in such a state where it's just people are truly trash, and it's horrible. The problem that a lot of people have is they just don't have any space for newness in their mind, and they think that everything is something that fits into their paradigm, but that's not true. It doesn't work like that. Reality doesn't work like that. Reality isn't like that. Your paradigm. And nobody cares about your paradigm anyway. Did you consider about that? You flaunting around your paradigm? Nobody cares anyway. Nobody's interested in that. You're not a king. You're not a duke. You're not a lord. You're trash. It's everybody. This message is for everybody. I don't care who you are. Okay, it's the 17th, KK.
Milarepa replied, I have many good teachings to give if you can practice and follow them. Otherwise, I see no point in doing so. We will practice them. Pray by all means teach us. Well, then, these are the things you should do. My dear patrons, if you decide to follow my words and cultivate the ultimate, remember that all will die, and that to practice Dharma is the only good way of life. Worldly wealth is a delusion. Though much you may accumulate, in the end you must abandon. Oh, so 'tis better to give alms. Affection for one's loved ones may be very deep, yet one must eventually leave them. Better 'tis to practice the non-dual truth. However strong a house is built, eventually it will fall. 'Tis better far to live in no man's land. Whatever food one may preserve in time will be consumed. Better far is it to store the food of Dharma. Worldly affairs cannot be trusted. It is better to renounce them all. Since foolish talk is endless, 'tis better to shut one's mouth. Instructions are like the art of oiling another's skin. Better is it to rely on a proficient guru. Spiritual experiences resemble the moon's brief emergence from the clouds. 'Tis better unceasingly to practice, like an ever-flowing stream. These are the 10 essentials that have risen in my mind. May you, greens, men, and women patrons, all gain good progress in the Dharma. Milarepa replied, I have many good teachings to give if you can practice and follow them. Otherwise, I see no point in doing so. We will practice them. Pray by all means teach us. Well, then, these are the things you should do. My dear patrons, if you decide to follow my words and cultivate the ultimate, remember that all will die, and that to practice Dharma is the only good way of life. Worldly wealth is a delusion.
Hello?
Thì chồng có mới đi tới xa đâu biết đường thì nó gần suýt
Okay, this is proof. This is proof that you can't, meditation doesn't work, okay?
Welcome to part 3 of my series on spending many months in meditation retreat. And this part I'm dedicating to talking some on the challenges. Now, first of all, there are some challenges that weren't there for me and other people who are doing this type of meditation practice. Mainly, and I know actually I'm responding to some of the comments I got on some previous videos. There seems to be a trope of, my knees would kill me, or, that would be, I wouldn't be able to last physically, or something like that. Now that area of challenge.
I'm not going to subject my community to something like that, to a man like that. These people are horrible. A king has the right to put any of his subjects to death. A king has the right to put any and all of his subjects to death. Okay, we've got our new project. And let's get some W's in the chat for that. Hey? All right, the new project. New project. Listen closely and listen carefully. We are going to be creating a minimalistic application. What this application is going to do is it's going to receive a video feed, high quality video feed, okay? It's then going to have tools and methodologies to skills, abilities, capacities, lattice structures. There's going to be lattice structures inside the code that allow functionally for the face and the image in that video feed to be modulated. That means that it's like a kaleidoscope. It's like a frequency modulator. Only the video modulates. The face melts. The face spins. Everything changes. Everything shifts. This is not an overlay. This works with the very function of the video feed itself, modulating it. It's similar to what you would see as a pineal gland activation or a decalcification or the emulsuration of a lattice structure, finding as many points as possible on the facial structure and allowing that to be manipulated directly. We're manipulating the feed directly. We're not adding on a layer of modulation. We're manipulating the feed itself through frequencies, through sliders, through modalities, using the lattice structure as a core. Now, I want you to read through all this, and I want you to check with me if that you fully understand what I want you to do. And I want you to take the intention and the notions and the preconceptions that have been shared with you. I want you to digest them, and I want you to parallel them across a ladder structure, and then I want you to reference that with me to check that we have a mutual understanding about what we want to have done.
tại do bọn nó sắm đồ nhiều quá. Sắm nội quần áo của hai đứa thôi nó hết mẹ nữa nhà trọ. Áo giày dép của bọn nó.
All right. New app is in progress. Well, it certainly looked good from what you posted, Niels. So now you put that code. Ask the AI. You would tell me what you need to make sure that we can change the efficiency. Send me the code. Send me the program. I'll input that into my models, my digital models, and I'll get that code fixed for you, okay? No problem. Mountains of attention, mountains of viewers coming and going, coming and going. All right, listen, everybody. We need some people to be donating. We need some people to be supporting. This is not a free show. Okay? This is my job. This is my career. Okay? You don't like it, you can leave. You're free to leave.
Clear Mountain interviews. So we just had a wonderful conversation with Mingyur Rinpoche. So just read a quick bio. So Yongey Mingyur Rinpoche is a Tibetan Nepali master of the Karma, Kagyu, and Nyingma lineages of Tibetan Buddhism, a best-selling author and the leader of the international Turgar meditation community. Raised by his father, the prominent Dzogchen and Mahamudra meditation master Tulku Urgyen Rinpoche, he began studying meditation at age 9, entered formal training at Sherab Ling Monastery in India at age 11, was recognized by the 16th Karmapa and by Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche as a Tulku incarnation of historical adept meditation masters when he was 12. He began his first 3-year retreat at age 13, became functioning abbot of Sherab Ling at age 20, and received full monastic ordination at age 23. That's a lot. In addition to completing the construction of Turgar Monastery in Bodh Gaya and overseeing Turgar Osel Ling Monastery in Kathmandu, Rinpoche embarked on a transformative 4-year wandering retreat pilgrimage in 2011, recounted in his book, In Love with the World, A Monk's Journey Through the Bardos of Living and Dying. He is also well known globally for his accessible approach to meditation, detailed in his international best-selling books, The Joy of Living in 2007 and Joyful Wisdom in 2009, and through his stepwise online courses available through Vajrayana Online.
And it was a really precious conversation. I feel like we got to really speak with Rinpoche as monastics and about kind of the deepest strata of the teachings, about how to die, about his sacred journey into the world and into death and back. So it was a real pleasure, and we are looking forward to presenting it to all of you.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. And it's especially kind of framed for Theravada listeners and for monastic listeners, people who are familiar with the Pali Canon. So, Rinpoche, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Very happy to be here.
So, Rinpoche, I think I'd like to start with just an introductory prayer. It's one which you say you use in your tradition, but is, please teach us according to our mentality and personality with sensitivity to time and place and culture. And I think this might be a little bit hard because, we are Americans. We weren't born into Buddhist culture, but we are Theravada Buddhist and we're monks. So it's kind of a mixed karma that we have. So, but really trust that you'll be able to kind of speak in a way which we and the community which listens to these interviews is also a mixed bag. We have some very secular people who don't consider themselves Buddhist and some people who are very bought in. They very much, maybe they were born Buddhist and, believe in literal rebirth, which is what, we do as well. So I'm just wondering, maybe as a first question, which I haven't heard you speak to or write about, is how you are a monk. In your tradition, a Rinpoche doesn't have to be a monk. You could be a lay Rinpoche. Like you have one monk brother, but two brothers who are not monks. And your father was also a teacher, but was not a monk. So maybe could you just tell us a little bit about your monastic biography?
Yes. So in the Tibet, we have this two, like Tibetan king, Tizong Dizen. So they, during those days, what they call one with hair and one without hair. So the without hair is the monks, nuns. With hair is like based on upasika, so they need to receive some kind of the foundation vow. But then they practice all the meditation, tantra, meditation, all these things. So yes, Rinpoche not necessary to become a monk, but I'm very happy that of course, when you are young, everybody can become like monk or nun. Then you have choice after 18 years old. So I'm very happy that I continue to choose to be live as monk. And sometimes I'm saying that. So I'm very happy that I'm monk, but of course I have more responsibility. all the students is like my child. So, but anyway, I'm very happy that I have this time and freedom that fully dedicate to teaching and my own practice, like retreats and ongoing continued retreat also. Yes.
Rinpoche, it's been really a pleasure to dive into your teachings and writings these last few weeks. And perhaps your most well-known account is the story of your leaving the monastery which you are an abbot of at 36 and going on a wandering pilgrimage or retreat into the life of a homeless beggar or mendicant in India for 4 years. And I wondered, there's a sort of climax of that where you almost die in Kushinagar, where the Buddha passed away.
Yes.
I wanted to ask, maybe to begin with, I do want to ask about that account of nearly dying, but why did you decide to go on that wandering pilgrimage?
Yeah, so when I was young, I was born in the middle of Himalaya mountain. We have mountain Manasilo, the 8th highest mountain in the world. And the bottom of that mountain, we have village. Like my village name is Samagang. And that village is based on the Tibetan tradition, culture, spiritual practice also. So my mom, after the dinner, usually read a book about the Milarepa. So Milarepa is the great kind of like yogi in the Tibet, which doing always wandering retreat. So that life story was really wonderful. So I'm eager to listen to that. And sometimes my grandmother will cry, then I cry, and my mom cry. So I have this imprint, deeper level in my mind. So I'm really inspired to do that wandering retreat. Though I don't understand the teachings, all these things. Then later, I began to learn meditation. When I was 9. When I was 11 years old, I moved to the monastery in India, where my guru, Taisidur Rinpoche, His Holiness Taisidur Rinpoche Monastery in Sherapling. So then I did learn many of those teachings with the meaning in that malaria was life story, the teaching about all these things. And I had panic attacks. So it really helped my panic attacks. Then I did traditional 3-year retreat. And then after that, after that, I studied normally what we call the monastic college. It takes 9 years to do the debate and then contemplation and meditation. After that, I taught meditation many places around the world. But deeper level, I still want to do that wandering retreat. So I was thinking, when should I do? Maybe after 3 years, after 3 years, after 3 years. It's become delayed and delayed and delayed. So then 2011, I was thinking, maybe now is time. So then I left my monastery in Bodh Gaya. So then went to wandering retreat.
Yeah, would recommend the book In Love with the World is your account of that wandering pilgrimage. And in the Thai tradition that we're a part of, there's also this practice of tudong, where you basically leave the monastery and are wandering around the forest. And you have a great simile. You talk about it as being putting wood on fire, as you're intentionally making your life more difficult. And I'm curious, throughout the whole book, one of the through lines is relating to different roles. So for yourself, you are an abbot, and you are a lama, and you are a tulku, and you're this great teacher.
Most of us, we don't know what that is. We have no reference of liberation. The only reference that you have are things like Ushnisha, halos, some stories that we are told that omniscient and liberated beings can do this and that. Other than that, you have no, and there's so many literature, that we can read. But most of them are kind of abstract. I think for most of us, liberation such as Devachan, Sukarvati experience are like almost identical to heavenly experience that theistic people talk about. Or you go to heaven where you will live happily forever and have a big group photo. That kind of thing. Isn't it? We don't have the reference. How does it feel when you are liberated? And yet that is your goal, to be liberated. If you want to go to, if there's a desire to go to Hawaii, it may be because you have been to Goa recently. So you have a reference, beach, blue sea, waves, salt water. If you like that, then there's a reason to go to Hawaii, long for Hawaii. The liberation that we are all supposed to be longing for, we don't have much. And anyway, on an experiential, emotional level, anyway, we can't even have it, emotional level anyway. What you have is this very, what Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche called, I guess so, that's what he called, but anyway, I don't know. Anyway, something like a heart of sadness. Some of you kind of obvious and continuous, others once in a blue moon, when things continuously doesn't work, or when some of you have done that, done this, gone there, been here, there, you have achieved everything, every positions you have tried, you understand? Everything you have achieved. And suddenly, is that all there is? Can't be. Has to be something. There has to be something extra. This life, purpose of life or the goal of life, there has to be something more than that. That awkward feeling, some of you may have. And this, according to many masters of the past, they will consider this as a great blessing. In fact, they will, since we are talking about sadhana, bound to talk, I have to talk about deity, Deva. In fact, many, I think I've quoted this, Jamachan Chogulodu's praise to Manjushri. Well, Manjushri is a deity. But even the Lord Manjushri, you hear all kinds of things, right? Things like, he's a disciple of Buddha's. He's the instigator of the teachings. He also is the one who plays pranks, sort of, almost like pranks. He's the one, and then at times we hear he's the teacher of all the Buddhas. Then we hear he's orange, he's yellow, he's blue, he's black. We hear he holds sword, he doesn't, all that. Then also sometimes we hear he has no color, no shape, nothing, no such. Sometimes we hear that he is this very moment cognizance that we have, as we spoke earlier. But anyway, I think
I'm going to tell you something nobody says out loud. And when I say nobody, I mean nobody. Not the priests, not the theologians, not the people who've spent their entire lives studying the Gospels. Nobody says it plainly. In one of the most read texts in human history, it says, "Seek first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and everything else will be given to you as well." Did you hear that? Everything else. Not a part of it. Not some of it. Everything. And yet nobody believes that. The whole world reads it, repeats it, copies it into notebooks, frames it on walls, quotes it in speeches, and nobody, absolutely nobody, acts like it's true. I do. I believe it with
Hello, everyone. I wanted to discuss with you today one of the most pervasive anxieties that I dealt with as a young person, one that I still deal with to this day, and one that all of us will likely deal with until the very end of our days. It's an anxiety that we've shared with every other living being since the dawn of time. I am not doing enough. When you think about the reason why we're here, it's because we evolved from a lineage of beings who had this as their sole anxiety and motivator. From when we were but a puddle of snot that crept up towards the land, reached as far as it could into the blinding sun. Or a bird who might say is early, looking for a worm, thinking I am not doing enough to get the seed that I need. All of these beings shared with us the same anxiety that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. And our brains haven't changed since the days when, like them, we were scavenging in the woods, hunting mammoths and gathering berries. That's why we feel this urge to constantly be doing something else, or to be constantly beating ourselves up for not doing enough, because that is how our ancestors made it. We reap the gifts and the rewards that our ancestors betrothed onto us because of that anxiety. And that anxiety is what will give all of our future children and descendants the gifts that they have, that we worked for, because we felt that same anxiety inside of us. I remember thinking, I'm not doing enough. I'm not going to make it. I am worried about my ability to survive. I am worried that I am not doing enough to change. I'm worried that I'm not doing enough to achieve my goals. I'm worried that I'm not doing enough to get the worm. I'm not early enough as the birds who got it before me. That has been the sole motivator of every being since the first light peered over the mountaintops. That's what's kept us going. And this accumulation of progress was not completed in a day. All of the animals on Earth didn't someday decide one morning, today's the day that we walk on land. Today's the day that we change our lives. They weren't ambitious in the classical sense. They didn't think, I have to go to this networking event this evening so that I'll be able to walk on land, or I'll be able to cook food for my tribe. They simply did the best that they could. I'm getting a little snotty here. Could you maybe give me a... Hey y'all, I just got back from Target because I had to pick up some cleaning supplies. Pierre's father, Monsieur Lefleur, killed my roommate. So I've been dealing with that situation. I don't know if you guys knew this, but you know, if there's like, let's say somebody comes into your house and kills your roommate and slits his throat with a big machete. You know, there's nobody who cleans that up. You've just got to do it. I called the cops and the ambulance came and said, well, he's dead. So there's no sense really in you know, we're not a morgue, you know, we're not a, you know, one of those places. So you just have to set up his funeral arrangements. And I was like, listen, I don't know who the hell this, I mean, I know who he is, he's my roommate, but we are really not close. It's kind of not my problem. So they said, okay, well, it's not our problem either. See you later, you know, because they've always got some junkie overdosing that they've got to take care of, I guess. So they lickety split out of there, and the cops were like, okay, well, it looks like you got this under control, so see you later, give us a call if he comes back. So I was like, you don't, you know, are you gonna take him? And he's like, no, we're not a morgue, like the other guy said.
it felt like a different possibility. Like it felt like, whoa, like there's freedom from suffering. That was my first taste of a way out, like there's freedom out of suffering, and it's possible for you, and it's here right now. Like it's accessible within your own experience. It's not abstract. It's not philosophical. It's not only for the mystics and the monastics. It's for you, and it's conventional. It's not like draped in all of the Hindu or Buddhist traditions. Like it felt very accessible.
Hello. Today I am talking with Alma, who is a mutual friend. Who I was introduced to through a mutual friend, our friend Angelo, who produced a documentary that both of us are actually in. Introduced us, but we've never actually met yet. We were filming that documentary at different times, and I really wanted to meet Alma then, but it didn't work out. So I wanted to have her on the channel today to get to know Alma a little better and introduce her and her work to you. So hello, Alma. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's good to finally meet you and connect.
Yeah, likewise. This whole video series, really what I call the Awaken Your Myth podcast, started with an interview with Angelo years ago when I had become really curious about awakening. I had a very early, late teens experience of being in a cult, which kind of introduced me to the whole idea of enlightenment. And I was very disillusioned with that and kind of spent 35 years sort of wandering in the darkness, much of it just kind of as an atheist.
Well, it's a technology, isn't it? And so, where did you get this technology from? Where did this come from? And what stood out to me was him talking about a cult. Well, what's a cult? Is a cult you not being, having your own house? Is that what a cult is? Is that you not being the head of a household or something? So there's a lot of things in this. I mean, it's not ultimately all this way or all that way. It's not any of that. But there is a conversation to be had, and we have a right to have that conversation. Just in the same way that people have a right to help me pay for this meal. We're having a family meal with Hung's family because Hung's mom is moving with her new husband, not that new, but her husband, to another place. And so I'm going to be taking a man's role, and I will be dyeing my hair white fairly soon, just so you know. But I'm going to be taking a man's role, a silverback's role, a gorilla's role, a king's role, to pay for that meal, a fine meal. And so I need to have people to give money and to donate to do that. And I have a right to say that, just like this man has a right to say what he's saying. Okay? And there's a conversation to be had about all this. What I can say is that I've earned, deserved, and reserved my position and my status moving forward.
Or hedonist or any other ist that didn't have anything to do with spirituality or spiritualism. And when I was in my late 40s, early 50s, I became a mindfulness teacher. And that started to slowly bring me back towards awakening. And then a friend of mine, one of my best friends, sent me a video of Angelo's one day on YouTube. And I was like, okay, there's something here. I don't know what it is. And it wasn't spirituality, and it wasn't any kind of like, you need to believe this. It was just this real like opening that I didn't understand. And so that interview with him was like all my questions about what is this? What is this awakening thing? What's going on with you? Like, what's it like? I was just full of questions. And I don't know, I would say maybe 2 or 3 months after that, I saw a video on his channel with you, an interview with you, where you were talking about something having to do with the time around your own awakening. And I remember sitting there and having this completely unexplainable experience that I would have called like my first foretaste of awakening. And I kind of, and this was down in the Bay Area. I was down there visiting. I was just kind of like floating on a cloud after this thing. And I thought, wow, what is this? Is this what awakening is? I had this experience that was very, almost like psychedelic, but without any drugs. And so I'm driving and I can, like, the colors look so much more beautiful. I feel like I can taste colors. I'm having this amazing thing. And then after about an hour and a half into the drive, I stopped at Costco and I had to.
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Who's this?
I'm Ben.
You're Obi-Wan?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what's your experience level with the Buddhism and stuff? Because I'm looking for some experience, if you know what I mean. What do you know about Buddhism?
All I can say is that I come from Chinese ancestry. So my parent practiced the Chinese form of Buddhism. And are you still there?
I'm here. I'm listening to you.
But wasn't really interested in Buddhism myself until about September, November last year.
How did it
Fairly
happen?
new. How?
Yeah.
I suppose it happened because of YouTube.
What did you see?
So I think it started with on YouTube Short. I hit somebody chanting mantras, Buddhist mantras in low Tibetan voice. I found that interesting, and I saved that and tried to go and look at what else is done and watch over the way he recites other mantras. And YouTube algorithm has picked up on that and started to feed me more YouTube videos. And from there on, I started to see videos about Tara and so on. And that got me interested into it.
Yep.
And then I hit on Dr. Jared Jones' video that came also among the feed. And then I saw he had a Discord channel and I joined it, but I do not talk much because I've been busy on this Discord much. So that's essentially it. But I also go do meditation classes at a local Chinese Buddhist temple. And I occasionally go to a Tibetan Buddhist temple as well. Not a lot, only been there 3 times.
Well, I need to do that too. I need to go to some meditation and do things like that. So,
yeah, find a temple near you somewhere and see if they've got classes and go. So it's interesting
I live in
because
Vietnam, so there's not a lot of stuff like that around here. Hey, Dave.
You're in Vietnam. Oh, okay.
How about you, Dave?
Vietnamese.
Are you a Buddhist, Dave? Buddhist teacher? Sorry, Obi-Wan, go ahead.
He's just listening.
Yeah, he's not there.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider myself a teacher. I'm too new. I'm learning. Still learning.
You don't find a lot of people. There's not a lot of people that have much experience in the Buddhism. And I see, what do you think about this guy, this Dr. Jared Jones guy, with this, with this, this Lohan thing? I mean, what is that? What's that about?
Okay. My understanding is that the Lohan stuff is the Shaolin temple tradition or lineage. I might be wrong about it.
I don't know what it seems. I mean, what comes up for my mind is the, like the fake kung fu and stuff like that. I mean, that's what originally comes up for me. But
yeah, because that's because Shaolin Temple has appeared in a lot of movies, and we can't quite distinguish between.
I've been banned from the space. I've been banned from that space. Now I gotta contact the owner, Mr. Jones, Dr. Jared Jones. Really? I'm ready. Come on, everybody. Please send the money. Help us pay for this meal. Hurry. I've got to get ready to go. We need to make this money before I leave. Little punk admin. All these little wannabes, not power. They don't have power, so they just want to LARP and pretend to be, I know about Buddhism. They don't know about anything. Okay. Oh, I'll ban them, all right. I'll turn them into bones and I'll put them in my temple.
Return something, and the person behind the counter was so rude, and it all just fell apart. I was so upset, and I was just like, and you ruined my awakening. And what I realized was that I had tasted something that wasn't really about experience. Oh, my cat is here. And she wants to go out, but I think, come here, Ashi. Anyway, so I had tasted something that wasn't about experience that you had
the Harry Potter, Dumbledore
conveyed in this interview. And it was the beginning of the real journey of awakening for me. I think it was the time that I crossed the threshold and started
buy
to go,
the big screen
I'm on a
TV
journey now.
Because we can send it in the mail to Mama House.
I'm wondering,
right?
what
so we can
was
have the
that
big screen TV here,
like
and we can keep it at Mama
where
House
you
when we go from here.
First heard
and
about
we can ship it,
awakening.
right?
Was it a spirituality
so we can buy
thing?
it.
Was it
so we need to do a fundraiser,
some other,
everybody, for a big screen TV as well.
way?
OLED.
I'm just curious, where did your journey toward awakening start?
So it started in my teenage years, and I was part of a spiritual community. A lot of what I was doing there, I think, was just spiritual seeking, was just like looking for somewhere to land, to find like something to follow, something to devote myself to, with the promise of like feeling a little bit better, getting some relief. And there was a good amount also of like psychology within that group, like analyzing one's mental patterns, mental emotional patterns. And that also was really interesting to me. So a lot of the practices involved were insight-based, but around the psyche, which was very useful to me because I was good at analyzing myself and I found it interesting and it gave me something to do. However, it stayed pretty intellectual until I found Jeff Foster, and I saw a YouTube video of his, and my mom sent me the video, and she was like, "Oh, like check out this guy." And I remember when I opened that, like it was like a dagger to the heart. Like it just felt kind of like
so
that moment,
open-hearted.
Yeah, it felt like a different possibility. Like it felt like, whoa, like there's freedom from suffering. That was my first taste of a way out, like like there's freedom out of suffering, and it's possible for you, and it's here right now. Like it's accessible within your own experience. It's not abstract. It's not philosophical. It's not only for the mystics and the monastics. It's for you, and it's conventional. It's not like draped in all of the Hindu or Buddhist traditions. Like it felt very accessible. And so that was that moment for me when I watched that video. And then I got really hooked on him. And I just devoured all the content that was available, like on his webs, on YouTube, on his audiobooks. I would listen to them like on repeat many, many times. And there was just something about hearing his voice and the way he talked that was like so soft-spoken, that was like an ongoing pointer for me. It just pointed me back. And a lot of my practice was just to listen to that. And actually it did a lot of work on me. Just exposure to like that way of speaking, of the non-duality aspect of it. It was like non-duality in the emotional realm. Like that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I needed, because there was so much emotional suffering for me. And so it helped calm me down. It helped ground me. And yet I was still such an anxious, like, wreck. Like, that's what it felt like. Like, I felt like I was just like a ball of anxiety, just having a lot of crises and spirals, and that it felt like it kept mounting and growing, and like something was maybe ripening. Like to me, it was pretty excruciating. It felt like something that was like just bubbling up in me. Just the heat was being turned up higher and higher and higher, despite like having these resources that I had virtually. And then I went to a Jeff Foster, like it was like a conference, like it was like a retreat / conference, but it wasn't really a retreat because it was quite social. Like there was a lot of interaction going on amongst the participants, and it was in Colorado, and Angelo was there, and so that's where I met him. Yeah, like it was a similar experience with him when I met him, of like being introduced to this possibility. And it was the same possibility that Jeff Foster had offered when I watched that video, but it was like I'd taken to a whole different level.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like. And I had this spiritual background, so like I'd been in spiritual communities for years, but there was something about Angelo that just demanded, it pulled out of me a level of respect that I'd never had for like anyone, to be frank. Like, it was just like the things he was saying, he was being so direct about describing his internal experience when I spoke to him at that conference. And the things he was saying, I thought were like outlandish. Like, I thought he was crazy to say the things he said. For example,
can you give me?
yes,
Yeah, I was going to say, can you give me an example?
yeah, like he was drinking coffee and he said, just very matter of fact, in a very casual way, that he sees himself in the coffee cup. He just like said it it was just like a casual like comment. And I was like, this guy's crazy. Like, how does he have the audacity to say that? You know, like it sounded a little arrogant to me, and it sounded like ridiculous, honestly. But those were my thoughts. But when he said that, I felt what he was saying, and specifically what I felt is that he's serious. Like he's not serious because he believes what he's saying. He's serious because he's actually talking about his direct experience in that moment. The way I could say, like, I feel cold right now, or like, this table feels solid. You know, I could say that to you very matter-of-factly, and like I wouldn't second guess myself. That's what I mean, that he was just so serious in what he was saying. But he didn't need anyone to believe that. He was just being authentic. Like, he was just saying, like, yeah, this is how I experience the world. This is how I experience myself. And that's how it came out in that moment. And so even though I thought, like, there was, my mind was like doubting what he was saying and like criticizing and all these things, I felt, I really truly like felt that he meant it, and he was not just saying that to sound, it was authentic. It was candid. And so after that conversation, I remember I left and I was thinking to myself, like, this guy's done his homework. This guy went all the way. Like, he did the thing that has been alluded to so many times in all these spiritual communities that I've been in. But this is the real deal. And it's so conventional. Like, it looks so like unadorned. It's very natural, you know. It doesn't even have the spiritual drapery over it. There isn't, like, he's not wearing special clothes and asking him that people call him a certain name and talking in some kind of tone. Like, he just said he's just a dude drinking coffee and you know, experiencing himself in the coffee cup. Like, and I was like, oh, I want that. Like, even though I think it's crazy, I know that's what I want because I connected it. Like, that's where freedom is. Like, that's the way out of this, like, anxious mess that I am. Like, that's the way to get out of that. And I felt it in my bones. I knew that I was far from that state. Like, I also knew that was not my experience. That's why I also thought, like, I felt the discrepancy, and I think that was a little bit threatening on some level. But also, he made